Oh, it helps if I go to the right page. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern. We're a bunch of idiots sitting around poking a dead bear.
No.
And be sure to spade and neuter your kobolds on a regular basis as they breed like rabbits.
So does that make this the year of the kobold?
No, it's Year of the Rabbit. The rabbit folk are extra busy this year. Like, absurdly busy. So, for our announcements, we don't really got anything. We're just going to go ahead and jump into the recap. And since Nikolai looks the most paranoid, we'll start with him.
Oh, great.
Yeah, go ahead. Recap, bud. Recant us with a tale of what happened last session to Nikolai.
Okay, well, he found out that somehow the little pocket dimension house that his father left at the Tinkering's Guild in this city allows larger folks to join him in the house, and they're both the same size, which is fucking crazy. And on top of that, while making a scarf for Ace, just to test the theory, it actually stays normal size when he leaves the house. So that's really cool. All kinds of things going through Nikolai's mind. Like he could build a Reach Magica for Cayenne.
Good luck getting her in it.
The look,
I'm just saying, it could be done.
the look of hate.
Only thing that this player will say, if you make it like roller skates, it could be a possibility.
Okay.
Oh my god, bringing one of your hobbies into the game. A roller derby centaur league.
I would pay to see that. I'd fucking
Would
pay.
that mean
That's a
Get
big
like
check you
armor
don't
made out
want.
of bark?
wouldn't that turn
Come
her?
on.
Wouldn't that double her speed? That would turn her into a terrifying powerhouse. There's quick, there's fast, and there's what the hell was that?
So wait, would it be illegal to have a jockey at that point? Or are some of the roller derby centaurs into that?
Hey, that could actually work very well for a high-speed polo.
There you go, yeah.
Just saying.
And then later on, met back up with his family, and spoke with Queen Kippa
So how fast would it take?
about the regent stuff that is being set up, because we all have some type of titles,
On wheels.
and a gnome was selected to represent Nikolai's family. And then I believe we also, I think I got the right order. Then we went to go speak to the broker, information broker,
The information broker in the underground.
and
Yeah.
in the ground, and found out some information about the family with regards to them being directly involved with.
I've never
The
seen
broker?
Tom cry more than finding out what happened to a loofah with how much damage was being done to the wallet.
Yeah.
We got some good information. It cost us a pretty penny of platinum.
And
Did it feel like you went to Vegas?
No, because I've gone to Vegas. It didn't feel like that.
and then he got some information in a little private chat with the broker that apparently he can trust Wraith, his friend Moonmice at Willowfall? Yeah, Willowfall. And then we were in the farms.
Well, me and Osling, we took our time getting things that we needed before going up to the meeting about finding who was representing each of our respected bloodlines, as well as getting all the royalty nonsense sorted. Cayenne did get a new harness. Also met Elgrish, who's the owner of the Outback. Really cool place that I think the entire family should go to because they could find all sorts of really nice items that could be helpful. When we went to get drinkies, got to meet the tower of a centaur named Troyus, who's pretty cool dude and actually pretty funny. For being the imposing mountain that he is.
He's not really that big of a centaur. The look of glare.
I mean, between him and Gunnar, are you kidding me?
He's got about 4 inches on Gunnar.
Exactly my point. Gunnar was 10 feet. Pretty big. Yeah, bigger than the birds at full height, right? Well, full height for now. They're normally like 8 feet tall. But after all of that, and we did the information broker and got some information about kind of didn't really get much information from the information broker.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot for you to actually get as far as an information broker.
No. I think the only thing Cayenne missed her chance on asking was more about things to do with Osling.
Yeah, one thing you did have with the information broker is the fact that he loved the fact that you were, circling around in my words there, that you were a druid and he presented you with a very beautiful plant.
Yes.
An exemplary example of the plant.
Yes, because he asked what my favorite animal was, and he asked what my favorite plant was.
Yeah, and then he sent one of his gray cloaks off to get said plant for you.
Yeah.
Oh, you also got along
Oh, it was
with
an orchid. He got me an orchid. He got me a planted orchid.
And then you also got along with the barkeep.
Yes, I did.
And his wife, Clue.
Yes. I really did like Clue. Clue was a really nice person to speak to. And found out who she actually is, and that was terrifying to say the least.
She doesn't really mind sharing the information because it's easy to access information.
Mm-hmm.
And it's quite an interesting origin story for her and where she's come from. And you also found out, what's his name? Her husband copyrighted his name.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also found out that my lady is not what I expected. She's actually infernal in nature.
Yeah.
She's pretty cool.
Yeah, you found out that she's literally the daughter of one of the Nine Hells, but no longer the daughter of one of the Nine Hells. The father of the Nine Hells. She is her own now, because she's a god.
Which is really cool. Makes me happy.
She is the god of truths.
And what's more true than finding it out through someone's blood?
Yeah.
Can't hide secrets there. It stores all memories. All actions.
And she's not afraid to take a sword or an axe or any other tool. Ah, pretty awesome thing. Oh, you also met the owner of the barn, which you really enjoyed.
Yes.
Yeah, that's about all you did. Was just hang out and explore a little bit and get shell-shocked that you have a bunch of things to attend to in the next coming days.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to hug Kippa,
Yes, I did.
the little fluff ball. Mongo,
Yes.
what happened to you? Tangerine?
Huh?
Tangelo?
The fuck? Oh.
Tangelos are awesome.
Got
Yeah, they are. Cotton candy grape.
Hey, those are good.
Those are so good, especially when they're just like perfectly ripe.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So we got to talk to the head of the Grey Cloaks.
The information broker.
Yeah. Turns out him and Humphrey have some history.
They do not get along very well.
Actually,
No,
I
they seem to
enjoyed
be
their
like
interaction.
frenemies.
You're an asshole. I'm an asshole. We're not gonna blow each other up.
Yeah, because like we're both gonna wind up dying if we get into a fight. And I've got shit to do.
I've got things to collect and specimens to examine.
Yeah.
There I go, jumping into like the whole beholder person again.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Paid a bit for some information.
Sophie, come here. Come here.
anyway.
I found out that there's an organization that I'm going to.
Oh yeah.
Well, I
Kaya-
already disagree with them, but to say that they're going to be disbanding shortly.
Oh yeah. Cayenne also was turning many colors of anger during that meeting when she was finding out the information regarding the threads regarding various family members.
Her ears hurt from pinning so much. She
You-
still has earaches.
Just bind them back.
She's got a massive earache right now.
So, yeah, gonna have to speak with them. Because, as it turns out, they are keeping my sister Sunny
Sophie finally got on camera.
down.
Her nose is just peeking over.
Yeah, they're intentionally sabotaging her, intentionally keeping her in debt. Every time she tries to make any sort of quality life improvements, they personally see to it that it fails.
Yeah. All of the accomplishments that she could have been sabotaged up to this point.
Yeah. So, they're at the head of the list at the moment. After that, yeah, we went for drinks at
Left spar.
Yeah, left. I was gonna
Left.
call him Lefty.
There's- It's not left. It's LEF.
Yeah. Found out he trademarked his name, and anybody else who had that name had to change theirs.
He paid him off.
Yeah. Which I kind of feel like there's a story there, and I kind of want to hear it.
Also called out Scaver to the entire fucking bar.
Which
and
is
nobody gave a
hilarious.
Fucking
fuck.
hilarious. Everybody else got some sort of drink. He goes in, standing on ceremony, and they just immediately knock him the fuck off his pedestal.
Drinks are getting passed out, and you get chalky milk.
Yep.
Unironically, very happy about that.
Hey, nobody's dissing the wonderfulness of Chucky Milk. It's just the fact that that's how, instead of just referring to it, and here's your requested drink, chocolate milk.
It wasn't even a requested drink. The barkeeper
Yeah.
just knew what to give each of you.
No, it's like, no, you're getting the same thing that, like, 4-year-olds get.
Surprised she didn't bring over a high chair for him. Sit here, you little shit.
You know what? We've got an artificer and an asshole in the group. We can get him one.
Don't do that, because it's going to end up on Cayenne's back, and she's going to have to tout him around like little king shit.
I would love to hear that conversation and take bets on how quickly it's going to result in him getting 2 hooves to the chest.
It'd probably be.
face.
It'd probably be.
It'd be like
8.
a rodeo scene, okay?
Because I can imagine you, like, letting him sit on your back just to buck him off to see if you could use, like, your hind hooves to hit him in midair.
I'm sure she could. Juggling.
Yeah. Would that give you a level?
What about you, Scav? What happened to you?
So, Scavard learned firsthand and had a firsthand experience of just how little people really like his kind. Gemstone kobolds are not particularly liked by people. And that was an endeavor. But on top of that, learned something very interesting through the information broker regarding Feisty and the organization that caused all those problems regarding the caller that was more or less a listening device. Turns out that this organization had apparently a big part in the downfall of the Obscura.
It wasn't a big part. It was they're simply benefited from the fall.
It sounded like it was much bigger than that.
No, they benefited from the fall of the Obscura. They didn't have a part in it.
Oh, so they had a big benefit from it. Okay.
Yes.
So there's that, and also received a little piece of chalk from Sir Mir that apparently, when you draw a door using this chalk and knock on it, gives you
Yes,
access
it's just a normal piece of chalk.
to a hole in the wall. At least that's what was told to him by Sir Mir.
Oh my god, Sir Mir plays a prank on him, gives him like a gold coin. He says, if you talk to this every day, your money will double eventually. And you just see Scaver talking to the coin every single day.
And after speaking with the information broker, the group had been teleported to the farmlands of the city. So that's about it, honestly.
That is fucking cool.
I know it didn't seem like a whole lot happened, but it felt like a lot happened.
A lot of information was doled out, a lot of details were revealed.
I think I'm going to start sneezing again.
Just aim to your left.
No.
So, jumping back into this, I need you all to roll a constitution check.
Alrighty, that's going to be interesting.
Dude,
Just a con check or save.
Just roll constitution for me.
Okay.
That's a 3.
A 3.
that's a modified 10.
Alright, con. That would be
122.
Alright. Mungo,
Oh shit.
you wake up, the sun creeping across and hits your eyes, and you hear a buck, 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 buck. And you look around a little bit and you see a chicken walk by. And you kind of move a little bit, you start to try and get yourself up, and you just feel the stickiness as you're stuck to the ground a little bit, and you look around panicking a little bit, and you see a jar of honey that just pooled underneath you.
what the fuck?
And
What kind of sticky situation did I fucking get myself into?
you hear the same balking sound, and you roll over. Make a reflex for me, a deck save.
What the heck's going on? We were in the fields.
Exactly. And you went partying with a couple of centaurs.
That's
I
a
don't
12.
remember doing this.
A 12. You hear the ground shakes a little bit as Kion rolls from an upper part of a barn and lands on the ground. You land mostly okay, but it stings a little bit, silvers you slightly.
That's true.
And
Fields.
you look around a little bit and you see Mongo stuck to the ground. And you see Scaver dangling by his ankle holding onto a jar of fermented apples. And you wake up dangling upside down like a pendulum from one of the barn's support beams.
Hey!
Is he tied or is he using his claws to like hold on to it?
No,
like
it's like he
that?
was like trying to do some stupid like Scabbard trick and he
He got
fell
his
off
ankle
and he got his
stuck.
ankle stuck in the rope and he just passed out all night.
That's
King
dangerous.
Pinata.
Give me that from
Very
here.
dangerous to sleep upside down hanging like that.
Hello?
You would have one hell of a headache.
And
Oh, yeah.
you wake up
Jesus.
and oh yeah, he's got alcohol and headache from hanging upside down.
Oh god.
And you wake up and you hear tink 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 panic. And you're stuck in a like one of those really old school extra thick jars that's been turned upside down. And then someone just set it on top of you. And there's all these scorch marks around the actual area and like target practice that you were trying to show off.
Wow.
Centaurs in fire.
And Ogrish, she comes walking in, she's completely naked. And she's just got a pan in her hand and she's just kind of stirring something and she's like, "Help. Was a great night, wasn't it?" She's
How big is this jar?
it's like a large 2-gallon milk jar.
Is it clear to where he can see out at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like slightly cloudy because there's milk residue, but you can see where he's wiped it clean on the inside. And she walks over and she puts whatever she's using into the cast iron. She's holding a cast iron and she's not even using like any cloth on it. And she picks up a wood axe and she looks up at you, Scav, and flings it and it cuts a rope and you just fall to the ground.
How?
You can make a dex if you want.
Okay.
I'm tired of getting stuck in this jar. I know what I'm doing.
What?
I'm gonna catapult this jar straight the fuck up.
Oh boy.
You just mage paw the damn thing.
18? You land and your hand goes all the way into the jar.
No, I can't.
And it's just
Not
some.
prepared.
You see some of the fermented apples come up along like your elbows. It's all the way into it.
Land out.
Oh, it is bitter as fuck.
Oh.
It's like kimchi apples essentially.
Let's go need some more work. Hello. Good morning. What happened?
Eldritch is like, oh, we had a hell of a night. We went up the hills, we came down the hills, we went through the fields. Oh, we visited some great fucking taverns. Thanks for paying, by the way.
I don't remember this.
First few drinks, I bought them. Rest of the night, oh, they were all on you. Such a generous king.
Are you sure it was me?
Yes. We little kobold shithead. It was you. Oh, are you okay, by the way? We did have to actually stop by the cleric because you did pick a fight with the dwarf.
You fucking what? As I'm
Why is it-
prestidigitating the honey away from my face so I
Eldritch?
can get the fuck up.
I'll tell you right now, every time he gets any sort of way of shit-faced, something happens. That's how he got, like, literally engaged to his wife. He got shit-faced and proposed to his wife. And danced for her.
She holds out the pan to you, and there's just like scrambled eggs in it with like some cracked peppercorn on it.
God, that sounds amazing.
Is she holding them out for me to eat?
Yeah, to have some of it. And what she was serving with was like a fork.
I will use a fork nearby and get like only one of the eggs out to like eat it.
Do I know who
Yeah.
put the jar on me?
No, do you try and pull it off?
Yeah.
Make a reflex for me, please.
Oh boy. May the dice be ever in your favor.
She's
It
like,
would kind of be funny if he fucks up, launches it up. I'm free. Thunk. Fuck.
Oh, that's natural 20.
natural 20.
I was like,
Another
The
flying
hell's-
bucket situation.
Hey!
Oh.
Yay, I
Point.
blessed you guys. You're
The
welcome.
new dice I got.
So, Nikolai, you launch it up, and Scabbard, you put your hand up to argue, and the jar comes down, and you hear it thump onto your hand, and you try to shake it off, and it's like stuck on there. So you have a jar in this hand of the apples, and then the other hand is now stuck inside another jar.
Why do all the weirdest things happen to me?
Eldritch looks over and she's like, you know, back in our normal, usual culture, getting drunk and knocked up is actually kind of like a good thing.
What? Explain that one more time. I'm still.
She looks at you and she just kind of furrows her brows a little bit, and she holds out the pan to you, Mongo. And she reaches down with the other hand and just peels you up instantly, and you see a patch of fur stuck there. And she's like, whoa.
It'll grow back.
She picks it, she peels it off the ground, and she actually sets the pan down and just sticks it to your face.
Hey, at least she cares.
I'm cleaning.
She's like, Mongo here happened to kick said dwarf in the balls.
Good.
why?
Did that actually did that actually help him from
I
getting
didn't
his ass
realize
handed
was
to him?
Limba.
Quite literally.
So heck yeah.
The axe planned on cutting off his arse and then feeding it to him.
Why do all these weird things happen?
Stop
Because
drinking.
you shouldn't consume alcohol, probably.
Just
You are
don't do it.
absolutely correct.
Bro,
Why
that-
did you let me drink?
Probably because
That
you
was
got
on
drunk
you.
first.
You were grown,
Self-control,
King, you
buddy.
can do what you want.
Can someone help me get these things off my arms?
You were grown ass
Personally,
King, you
I
can
think
do
he
what
looks
you want,
kind
you
of
don't need no man.
adorable because, he's a job.
Elgrish looks at you. To answer your wee little question there, lassie, getting drunk, and it makes perfect sense for us centaurs as, do you really want to figure out the physicalities of, bucking two together and producing another?
I get that part. I'm still learning our culture. I was given a lovely vision of how basically my mother was able to give birth. That was something.
Oh, so you're well educated on the whole birthing of our kind.
Yes.
It's wonderful, isn't it? Glorious, even.
It's gloriously bloody.
Who put the jar on me?
Elgrish looks over. Nikolai,
Yes.
you did it to yourself as a proclamation of, look what I can do.
How did I? What?
That seems about right.
Can I get some help, please?
I want to check. Is she lying to me?
I
Why would I
want
do
to go
this?
over to Stab and just grab the apple jar to pull it off. Because it's not stuck, is it?
No, it's easy enough.
But the thing is, I have jars in both hands. I don't have use of my hand.
Well, I can legitimately just get the apple jar off.
Cool.
So you
Do
can
your insight roll.
figure out how to deal with the
Thank
stuff
you.
going.
Take the other one off.
Scaff, do a wisdom for me.
And I'm just going to sit, when I get the
Natural
apple
20.
jar
Natural
off,
20.
I'm just going to
Yeah,
sit it
17.
on a close by table
She's
or
telling the
somewhere.
truth.
Why would I do this?
Yeah, you go to, you have your hand in a fist and you go to pull the jar off and you're like, and you make sure no one's looking, you make your hand flat and then pull it out.
Of course. Of course.
Shit. All right, who talked me out of not going to the swap meet? Because I really wanted to go back.
What?
What?
You didn't see that cool ass swap meet on the way over to the talk to the broker?
No.
That was so cool.
I had planned on going to the temple. I don't remember how that not happened.
Partying with
Which
a
you
couple of
should
centaurs.
go to the temple, Scout. It's actually really nice there. Just they have some construction in some areas, so please be mindful of that when you go.
I
Checking
needed
for Humphrey, checking where
I
Noodle is.
needed to try to meet up with Cog too. What happened?
Noodle is over there passed out and like the half an orange that they've eaten. Little foot kicked slightly. Humphrey's on your head where he belongs.
Oh,
So,
And I'm guessing all the mushrooms are like passed out in their little house or still in a square.
yep. Oh God, you've been gone all night, and she's been left alone at the tavern with them. So, you finish speaking with Elgrish and head off in your own directions.
Get the whole story. What the?
Yeah.
I'm guessing it started. Let's just go get a drink on the way, and just went downhill from there.
Oh, most
And then
definitely.
uphill and then
It
downhill.
was a
and-
drunken bar crawl.
You guys visited
Or bar roll.
15 different taverns.
It was a bar roll at that point. It wasn't a crawl, it was a roll. You couldn't even like begin to crawl, you just rolled, like rolling down a hill.
And eventually got back to her home and finished off the alcohol that you had just procured.
How the fuck am I still alive?
We're probably poor, much poorer now.
going to probably stop off and check the bank account. Then you can find out the damage.
Well, even if we don't know, I should just update the amount anyway.
Yeah.
Between Scabbard's extravagantist, 210 platinum.
Okay.
Because he had to buy the premium stuff.
I'm fucking cutting you off.
How drunk were we to let him do this? God.
We were gone. That's the only answer. We were gone. We could not fathom a word.
You just let Elgrish guide the way.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, yeah, you started and it just went downhill. Visited a bunch of the different taverns. Underground, some of the more questionable places, taverns.
I'm curious, did any of us, have, anyone that we spoke to that kind of just followed around? A little bit or anything?
Do a wisdom with disadvantage because you were drunk.
Literally just writing this down as Scav's drunken spree.
Hey, you were there too, buddy.
Yeah, I apparently kicked up Dorf in the balls to save your ass.
Same number
You're
on both rolls,
welcome.
21.
What were you looking for exactly? If someone followed you guys around for a while?
Do we
Just
have any
if
mystery
someone
new
was
people?
basically like a party goer, was just someone that was friendly toward the group, not weird or anything. Just an interesting person.
There are interesting people everywhere, and the thing that you do remember is that there were, to a degree, guards at a distance and gray cloaks at a distance. And you guys kind of just figured, alright, information brokers looking out for us because we asked for their silence. So you're expecting that gray cloaks are going to probably be following you guys everywhere, even if you don't see them.
Well, that's at least a safe thing.
Yeah, and if someone really questionable comes up, they probably disappear.
Alrighty. So, is Nikolai feeling okay?
Yeah, you feel fine.
Okay.
You guys are more so hungry because you just have massive hangovers.
Do I have any cheese in my pockets?
You check your pockets.
Yes.
All your cheese is gone. It's been replaced by pebbles.
It's just...
And a few empty shells of nuts.
Noodle, was that you?
Noodle flips you off very casually.
Take all these damn pebbles out of my pockets.
There's a lot of them.
Just go through every pocket looking for something to snack on.
Yeah. So, where are you headed to?
Where the fuck are we?
You're in the lower lands. The lower crest where, at, Elgrish's, home.
We should probably go and see about looking at the Hunters Guild for more work. We probably need coins.
The player is very curious. I doubt it's a thing in this city. But is there things like how plasma services and stuff, if you donate, you get
Donate
paid?
your blood.
I'm legitimately curious if that is something that's worked into this scenario.
As far as plasma services, no, but there are touses where you can volunteer to local wizards
To be targets?
or experiments.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. Y'all can.
I'm testing this spell. Just stand right there. It's okay. Don't worry about the scorch marks.
The worst that'll happen is it'll be purple for a week.
It's perfectly safe. The contract writing is microscopic, where you can't even just read it.
I think if Kyan were to volunteer for any kind of wizarding anything, it would be if someone found growth stuff. Be about it.
Be bigger.
Yeah.
Oh
and
no,
watch it not
malfunctions.
work.
Only certain aspects are bigger.
You have a big old bobblehead.
Your fingers are like 3 times their size.
Oh God. Are they made of hot dogs?
All right.
Such a good movie.
So, where are you off to, Cayenne?
Probably be making my way to the Druid Circle.
Okay.
I
Go
think I
the
need to go
gardens
talk
and
to
stuff
my
that they have.
assigned regent.
Oh, you're gonna go visit them? So you're
Mhm.
heading up to the upper crest.
Yeah, that might take a minute.
Okay.
Thank, what was this lady's name again?
Elgrish.
Elgrish.
Elgrish. Thank Elgrish for giving us a place to crash for the night. Offer to clean anything or fix anything that we may have broken.
She's like, no.
And ask her where the nearest gondola is.
And she just kind of motions and gives you directions to it.
Okay.
And you're heading the same direction.
I would have given Elgrish a very hearty hug as a thank you.
Oh, yeah, I'd definitely be saying
Definitely a thing.
something.
Actually, I'm probably gonna head back to the tavern and get feisty and look for the hole in the wall first.
All right.
Because fuck waiting for your family for that?
Well, with the group, of course.
Yeah. Do you mention where you're going?
Yes.
He
Because
mentions.
I
He
think
mentions.
you're the
it-
only one that knows anything about it.
No,
Yeah.
I shared that I actually the Starmere gave me a way to.
Oh, to find this place called the Hole in the
Yeah,
Wall.
you hear he
Yeah.
mentioned the
Yeah.
hole in wall, and it has to do with like
Yeah, he's
stuff. Yeah.
Scav's already mentioned it.
So
to
are you
us.
all gonna
Yeah.
just take a detour there?
We should probably head back to the tavern and get cleaned up first and make sure Oslin is okay.
Yeah, you remember Oslin's been there all night.
Prestidigitate.
Yeah, I was like,
Clean.
you're clean, buddy.
I probably just look like I have messy hair.
A few leaves, just take them out.
Just rip a strip of cloth, pull hair back, tie it. Okay, I'm good.
So,
I need water.
are you a fish?
Nah.
Yeah, since Cayenne's in the lower crest, she's gonna make a quick trip to the Druid Circle since it's closer.
Well, there's a lower crest Druid Circle, and then there's the upper.
Do the lower.
Well, how about we all meet up for lunch? We all have our own little things to do. After we get done with lunch, then we'll talk about,
Yeah,
you
we
know,
can
doing
visit
stuff
that
together.
hole in the something.
The hole in the wall.
Yeah.
I'm just going to the Druid Circle just to gather fresh fruits and vegetables to eat for free, so we don't have to spend money at a restaurant.
We don't have to spend money at house. I told you guys about our house.
That's right. We need
Oh,
to go.
yeah, we should probably
We should probably go back to the tavern and let
Yes.
them know that.
Let's that should probably be our first step, guys. Stop, guys. Get everything out of the tavern and go to our house that doesn't cost us anything.
Okay.
I'm assuming she's just going off to the Druid Circle. She's like, I'll meet you guys there.
Yeah, that might be the
We gotta
better
gather
option.
all
'Cause
your
it's-
babies.
It's like legit, like literally right here. It takes Cayenne so much less time to go there real quick, do some quick gathering,
Okay.
and then go
Can
back
we
up.
help you?
It won't take me long. By the time y'all get to the tavern, I won't be far behind you guys.
Okay, you want to do that then?
Sure.
Yeah, it works. That way we could all be together at the same spot at the same time.
Okay. So we're heading back to the tavern. Start packing everything up. Wait for Cayenne to meet us back at the tavern. Get her stuff situated. Check out. Go home. Right? Okay. Sounds good.
Cayenne's basically wearing everything except like her harness and her glaive. That's the only thing that's not on her.
Yeah, your sister has that.
Yeah.
And then we go our separate ways and meet up for lunch.
All right.
Just got so much stuff to talk about, guys.
So you guys head off in your direction, taking the gondola, which is fairly easy to get to, and you head off to the lower Druid Circle.
Mhm.
And it's in a old type of farm, and the farmhouse is like overgrown with like vines and stuff. There's all these scarecrows around there, and you see signs that point in Druidic to the actual house, which is weird. Like it's a Druid Circle, but it's an old farmhouse essentially.
Actually, I have a question.
And you get there, and it says knock on the door, and yeah,
I'll do it.
you knock on the door, and you don't get a response. And after about a few moments or so, you can choose to knock again, a little bit louder if you want.
I'll knock a little bit louder.
And as you knock a little bit louder, there's various things on like the porch area where you're at, and one of the piles stirs, and this Paragon sits up and adjusts a straw hat and looks around and is like, "Oh shit! Oh shit! Indeed, a centaur."
Okay.
And it's like this scruffy gray Paragon, and they're like, they get up and they just pat themselves off in dust, and they look at a squirrel and they're like, "You didn't tell me." And the squirrel's like, looks up, and the squirrel just looks ancient, like grain and stuff, and big bags under the eyes, like they haven't slept for a while. And this Paragon just walks up to you and is like, "Welcome to the lower druid circle. At least that's what I'm supposed to be doing, I think."
Thank you.
And you are, or do I just refer to you as, averagely sized centaur. Of the female variety.
My name is Cayenne.
They take off their straw hat and they bow a little bit. And there's actually a little bald spot on their head.
I'll bow back.
I see
and
Judy Hopps' dad.
Her name is Junipera. Come in.
It's nice to meet you, Junipera.
And they open the door and they head inside, and
Do they hop or do they just kind of waddle when they walk?
it's kind of like a big flop, almost. Like oversized clown shoes, almost. They're to the point where they don't want to hop around.
Big old
much anymore.
feet.
Hey, it happens.
What brings you down here to the lower?
I hadn't been to this druid circle yet, so I was wanting to check it out a little bit. I had met at the druid circle closest to the Sleepy Meadow.
Oh, the mid one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's so nice.
Very. Wanted to check this place out and possibly gather some fruits and vegetables to make a light breakfast for me and my family.
Well, you're in luck. We have neither nor. And they go over and they just open up this cellar door and start heading downstairs. And there's a ramp that goes down. And down there is just like, well, take your pick. And they just kind of reach down and they just hold up a potato. We've
Yeah,
got
roots and carrots.
we've got
Turnips.
roots.
So they're well rooted in the community.
They hand you the potato and dust just kind of falls off as you hold on to it. And the roots are all sticking out in scraggly different directions.
That's as fresh can get.
I'll gather an adequate amount of different like vegetables and fruits.
And they're just kind of watching you. So, what kind of druid are you?
Stereotype.
Not the most common kind, I guess you could say. I follow a different circle than like Circle of Wildfire, Circle of the Land, or like Circle of Spores, which the path I had originally followed, but I'm going more toward the Circle of Blood.
And they just kind of like, oh, I have no idea what the hell that is.
It's terrifying. From the visions I've been given and what I've been granted to see, it's terrifying. But the lady that I follow, she's not as terrifying as people make her out to be. It's the same way with the necromancy circle that my sister follows.
Druids that follow necromancy, they're well loved in the community. A bit strange.
I watched my sister literally talk. Was it a goblin or was it a bird?
Goblin.
Okay.
Mongo never forgets
I
gory
was
things.
I was trying to remember what creature she got to bury itself, and I couldn't remember if it was if it was like a humanoid or if it was an animal.
No, it was
I
a
I thought it was a
goblin. That
kobold,
was,
wasn't it?
No,
no,
it was
it was a
No,
goblin.
It was a goblin.
Pretty sure it
that
was
was
a
in a
goblin.
jar.
Okay.
Yeah, goblin in a jar. That was supposed to ferment.
A fermented goblin in a jar. But
Oh.
she got it. She asked the goblin some questions, and then she helped it bury itself. It was interesting, to say the least.
Well, isn't that quaint? And they take some seeds out and plant them. They do some druid like motions. You see it just start sprouting into new potatoes almost like instantly.
If they offer any seeds, I would help them to help replenish what I grabbed.
They're like, oh no, just take what you need. I can handle this. I'm a druid of the wild growth. We help take things that are discarded by, well, society or nature, and we help replenish essentially nature itself by assisting the growth process.
Oh, that is really cool.
It's quite fun. Have you ever seen a bird grow 10 times its size?
No, but I can make my birds change sizes.
When I was a wee little hopper, I was quite robust with my skills, and I caused our family chicken to grow 10 times the size.
I want to play one of these so bad right now.
Tom is like, oh my god.
I want to make a fucking kaiju. God damn it!
Oh boy.
Yeah,
wearing
you're on the
kaiju.
fucking block there. Kaiju Cayenne.
Oh.
Say kaiju. I represent kaiju. But yeah, they're able to basically accelerate the growth of things, or just cause things to just spontaneously grow.
I have to ask, what is your favorite animal that you've encountered on your travels?
Oh, my favorite animal that I've encountered. I haven't encountered one that I particularly say is my favorite, but I have come across a lore bard, and they did speak about some sort of different kind of dragon.
Different kind of dragon.
Well, you have the scaly kind, you have the gemstone kind. This one is apparently different.
I know that the archdruidess in the middle druid circle, she did talk about an owl dragon? Or it was a dragon bear?
Oh, yes, she's shared those stories plenty, and we even hired a bard to sketch one out, and it was gloriously terrifying.
I think I would much rather see an image of it rather than encounter one.
The best part is, you can take the image, and when all the young druids are around, you can weave a wonderful story for them and terrify them into submission so that they no longer do anything you don't ask them to.
That works.
I fucking love this guy.
Probably spend a little more time with Juniper and then make my way to the tavern.
Okay. You're like, I love this character.
Fucking love
Yes.
this guy. Anybody hurts him, he's on the protected list.
Yes.
You have a protected species list.
Uh-huh.
Protected characters list.
But you can add that character to your notes.
I wasn't there.
An old, retired Harrigan druid. So, you guys get back to the tavern.
Well, I had a question actually
'Kay.
before we hop on the gondola. Been on the gondola and been flying with Ace. Which one's faster?
Actually, currently the gondola.
Oh, okay.
So, you guys get back to the tavern. Head inside.
Yep. Was Osling with us when I told everybody about the house?
Probably.
I don't
Yeah, she was in the room with us. all the
Okay.
time.
Alrighty.
She's been hanging out in the room this
did?
entire time.
Yeah, she didn't. She didn't go
Ow.
with us to the information broker. She stayed behind.
Okay.
Oh, not again.
But she
Drunk
was
Hiccups.
there with us when we got drinks at Lef's.
Okay. Okay. Alrighty.
She got the same thing as you.
Is there any food, like, on the way? At least, no, we were on the gondola. Is there any food at the room?
Actually, as you get off the gondola, go ahead and do an investigation for you
I
guys.
always forget. Cayenne went to go get food.
Yeah, no.
He just wants a bite to
I
eat.
just want a bite to eat. There's just something in my stomach.
15?
15?
13.
13? Are you doing any luck too, or just going along for the ride?
Insurance.
Well, I mean, I do have the big cheese wheels in my bag of holding. Yeah, if there's nothing after we get off the gondola, cheese wheels coming out.
24.
You guys get off the gondola, small chatter amongst you, and start heading towards the actual tavern. And a smell catches your interest, almost like meat, like cooked meat. And you see a group of people gathered around like one of the food stalls that's set up. And a few people are walking off with like wrappers, talking to each other like,
Food. Gotta get something to eat. Like, just a bite.
Are we about to get fucking burritos? Because, I'll be honest, good burritos fucking thing of beauty.
Hell yeah.
As long as it's not like layered
Typewriter.
incorrectly,
Yeah.
you know, like you don't want to end up in the cheese sphere and then go straight into just a bunch of sour cream.
typewriter burrito.
Typewriter burrito, man, that's the worst.
Yeah, follow my nose to the food.
And
If you make a typewriter burrito, you're the worst person there is.
And you see what all the people are gathered about. You get to the line and you work your way forward, and it smells getting really good and kind of weird. You're like, what is this? But it's still interesting to you. And you see this a goblin there. Forgive my misspeaking. And they're almost like jet black. Like their skin color is like a jet black color, and towards the tips of their ears becomes like a reddish color. And they have like amber eyes, and their teeth stand out within their like pitch black mouth. And they take some coins in exchange for someone, and they see you guys come up, and they lean over the counter. They look at you, and drop of saliva drips onto you, right past your ear.
What you
How
got? Sounds
can I help
interesting.
you? Oh, it's a wonderful creation. It came to us in a dream. Dreams are tasty. Eat them while you can. Tie them up and snack on them especially.
All right. Excited. And starving.
The player right here definitely wants to know what kind of goblin this is.
Oh, the pitch black goblin?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're like, we discovered new method of making meat tube it delicious.
Okay.
And they're like, they hold it up at the example one. They're standing on the countertop at this point. Their like little feet are like almost like gremlinly holding onto the edge. You can see their black claws. And around their black claws, you can see like bits of red highlight. And they're like, bun? You take bread and you split it? Split it like your mortal enemy? And you take meat tube, you put inside, and you put
Fucking hot dogs, I love it.
fermented and vital nutrients, and you put them on there as toppings, like tomatoes and cabbages. It makes it good.
All right.
Hey, fucking good hot dogs also a thing of beauty. You don't ask what's in them, you just fucking enjoy them.
I'll take one.
I'll take one as well.
I'll try it.
Oh my god, I can see Nick. Literally, it would be like this fucking big to him.
Eat your weight in hot dog.
Are you gonna get one for the sisters too?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get one for the sisters.
And they start talking to another one, their gobblinkins, and it's like this chittering going back and forth, like almost like also with a mixture of grating of teeth. And
Fucking predator.
They're like, that will be 15 copper pieces.
So a silver and 5 copper.
Yep.
I'll cover it.
And they hold out like this, like it almost looks like one of the old school milk crates that's made of wood. And this thing is crudely put together. You can tell goblins put this thing together.
Just give him 2 silver.
Okay.
And
Overpay a little bit, give a tip.
Yeah.
they hand it down to you, Mongo, into your arms, and you can see the hot
Well,
dogs.
Ace is with us too. So
Yeah, and the hot dogs are lined up, and they're wrapped in like cloth and such to keep it nice and warm.
Cool.
Pleasure doing business. Now, as the polite orc says, get fucked.
Alrighty then.
Enjoy. Come again.
Reminds me of that restaurant where they intentionally insult you, and that's the whole gimmick.
You guys wander off back to the
Yep.
tavern.
What was the crate made out of?
Just wood, just
Wood.
miscellaneous wood.
Okay. Shucks.
Enjoy the hot dog.
Enjoy the hot dog. Well,
Enjoy the hot
a
dog.
portion of the hot dog.
Yeah, you take a bite of it. There's like a pop because it's made from like the nice skin, and the meat is just like, I can't place what this is inside, but it's delicious.
Are they like snapper hot dogs? You know ones I'm talking about?
Real hot dogs?
No, like they get okay. So there's a type of hot dog called snapper, bright pink, that it
Yes.
literally snaps when you bite
It's
into
a
it.
very thick skin.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Very
it's double
thick casing,
cased.
yeah.
Yeah, it's double
Yeah.
cased.
It's just a very thick casing.
No,
It might be double.
it's
It's
double
got
thick.
the same amount of snap as a bratwurst.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But it's slimmer like a hot dog.
yeah. No, it's just like a really good like fresh
Better
hot dog.
tenders
Like
than
you went to the
hot dog.
butcher and got them essentially.
Cool.
Yeah, so you get back to you're just eating it back and forth. There's various
Give a
condiments
little
on
bit
it.
for Noodle too.
Yeah, Noodle eats it and just looks at it.
I'll make sure it gets some for feisty.
So you got an extra one for
Well,
feisty.
I can't eat a hot dog that's this big.
Yeah. And it's
You could probably easily share with Ace or the mushrooms.
Yeah.
yeah, and yeah, the bread is like a really soft like pretzel bread with some sea salt stuck on the outside. It's like toasted on the inside as well.
That hot dog would be half Nikolai's
Toast.
height.
Yeah, and there's char marks on the actual like hot dog itself, and all the vegetables and things are taken from the local market. The pieces of tomato are really crudely cut. You don't want to know how they cut the tomatoes. They might have just stuck them on there and just start hacking away at it like it was an enemy. You don't know, but
Split like your mortal enemy.
Definitely possible,
Fucking good
considering
hot dog
his
right
description on how to split the bun. Like
Or a
you're
good
just
Italian
reading your
sausage.
enemy.
yeah. So you get back to the tavern and head up to the room, and Osling is there with Feisty, and Feisty is just sitting there, and there's just paint all across the floor that the mushrooms have been painting on the floor.
That's luckily easy to fix.
Hello.
And Feisty goes,
Translation.
Translation, please.
I thought you were dead. I was making preparations to move in with Kippa.
No.
You didn't hear that. You still don't speak cat.
No, I don't.
No. We're not dead. We're just apparently drinking again.
Unexpectedly.
Yes.
Osling grabs you, Mongo, by your shirt, lifts you up to eye view. Where is my sister? What have you done to her?
She's coming!
Who did you sell her to? I will.
We didn't sell like we could fucking
Osling,
sell her.
food! Take it! Calm down. She's fine. She's on
You
her
know
way.
damn well Kyan wouldn't fucking put up with us even trying anything stupid like that. Not like we ever would. She's just down at the Druid Circle.
She looks you up and down. If you're lying, I'm going to skin you alive slowly, Mongo, and you won't know it until it's too late.
I have no doubt that you could actually accomplish that. I'm just hoping you never do.
And you hear Id from across the room. "Murder."
Moving Noodle away from them.
And she looks over and she takes what you offer and she looks at it like, this
Well, there's
is...
one for you.
I don't know.
This
Ace has
is
the package. It's called.
A hot dog.
No, you called it a meat tube.
A meat tube.
Meat tube.
It's pretty good.
It's a meat tube in a
She
bun.
looks at it, squishes it a little bit.
It's pretty good. Trust me. Here, I'll take another bite of what's left of mine,
Oh, there's more than enough for you.
and then I'll give the rest to the mushrooms.
The mushrooms start
Feisty hers.
feisty.
Eat it. It's good.
She just goes whomp, and both the arms disappear into her mouth. Like the two, like very tips of it are sticking out the side of her mouth, or you can just hear like lips over it. It's adorable looking. And you get back to the room and you head in and you hear the commotion inside, and you're like, oh no. And Osling is still standing there. She takes this very tiny bite of it. She's like, what is this abomination of a creation? It's not bad, but what creature did this come from?
Can I try and discern what this is made out
What
of?
meat it's made out of?
Don't.
Nature at disadvantage.
You don't want
That
to know
is
what
the
goes in the hot dog.
golden
Is it
rule of
disadvantage?
do not fucking
I think
ask.
probably the best person who could figure out what meat it is would be Osling.
As a 15.
You're trying to like figure it out, and you're like, no, it's so mismatched.
I don't know what this is.
Osling holds it out to you.
I
Oh,
look
she has
at
one
it.
for her. Yeah,
All I know is that it's good.
Yeah,
we got one for Cayenne too.
yeah. It's you can do like the squishiness of the bun, and like you can smell the meat itself and the various herbs and like the vegetables.
It's good.
Fucking kill for a brat right now.
Huh?
Could fucking kill for
Or
a
some
brat
red
right
hots.
Yeah. Oh, jalapeno
Eh.
cheese hot dog.
Make some homemade jalapeno cheese. So my homemade chili as well.
So I don't really have much of anything to pack up. So I will go all around the room, making sure there's nothing broken or dirtied that we should address.
Osling looks around. Still with the hot dogs with you. What is going on? I'm out of the loop. I've been here all night with the children. I had to use that thing referred to as room service.
Remember?
Oh, Osling thought we sold you, by the way.
No, Elgrish just wanted to take us on a centaur-led drinking excursion.
It got a bit out of hand.
I blame Scabbard.
Correct.
Yeah,
He
apparently.
was,
for letting it out.
he was hanging upside down when I woke up. With his hand in a jar of fermented apples, it looked like and smelled like.
It was fermented apples.
What a
Not
waste.
bad, but it needs some work. As for what's happening,
But we were at Elgrish's home when we woke up. The
Yes.
same centaur that we met that owned the Outback.
as for
Good.
what's happening, he can explain better. Point over to Nikolai.
What did you do, Mouse?
I didn't do it. Remember, told you about the house my father made for us?
Okay.
No reason to pay for a hotel room when we have a house.
Do a perception, guys.
15.
24.
Modified
That's a
20.
1.
You're way too distracted by the meat tube thing.
Yeah.
You start to kind of pick it apart to examine the various
I-
components.
I've probably taken at least a small bite of it at this point.
I mean, it's delicious, but it just defeats all natural science of a druid.
Yeah.
Hot dogs
Uh,
are bad for you.
You look over, and you guys smell something in the air, and you panic instantly sets in. You see Noodle had given the mushrooms a rock, and they're currently turning it in the light, and you can see it just going across the ground, just leaving a burn trail.
Oh no. Cayenne?
It's a crystal.
Cayenne?
I'm going to look at the mushrooms and just glare at them and say, "Oi."
And they quickly try to hide it, and it goes, I need Mongo, make a reflex for me.
Yeah, I'll take that. Is that Dex?
Yeah.
Yeah. 23. 22.
Nice. You jump out of the way just as the thing goes up along the wall, and you see like a charm mark along the wall, and it would have been in line with your whiskers.
What the heck is this thing?
And they're just hiding the crystal, and Noodle just
Walk over
Big
there.
the stone. Okay, yeah, and Ralph is like,
Ralph, buddy.
Blip and Blop are like, Flash, and Stella's just,
Okay.
I swear, if any of you cause this place to burn down, I will be making soup out of each and every single fucking one of you. I never want it to come to that.
roll an intimidation.
I have a book. I can just make more.
Please roll it out.
That intimidation was a 6, so that's pretty bad.
Yeah, you probably start to crack a smile as you're trying to intimidate them. They're trying to do their best to look innocent.
We should probably clean that up.
Yeah.
Start
Oh.
going through. Mending.
Mending prestidigitation so we can leave this place.
Reach up my sleeve, grab like that never-ending handkerchief, spread it out over it, and just kind of like wipe and make it go away.
Take some incense and make it smell nice in here.
Not like burnt. You look over and Feisty has stolen you and Osling's hot dog, and she has them sticking out of her mouth like saber-tooth teeth. She's just trying to look innocent.
I will share fruits and veggies with Osling, and we'll eat on those. let Feisty have the hot dogs.
Feisty have the meat tubes.
Yes, Feisty can have the meat tube. She's a growing lady.
She is.
Making
Well.
preparations to go live with somebody else since we went out drinking.
Since apparently we died, or you died,
Apparently. Well,
and I was sold, apparently.
apparently. I got all of my things.
So you pack up, pay
Yep.
the tab that's already been paid by Kippa,
Oh,
Okay.
and you head to the
Tinker's go.
We followed Nikolai.
Tinker's Row.
Before we left the tavern, Cayenne would definitely, before they all leave, if she stayed behind a little bit, she would invite the innkeeper. She would invite her out to the next kind of get-together drink with Troyus and
Yeah.
Ogress.
Yep.
We'll definitely thank the innkeeper for the hospitality.
Because she's way too cool of a character.
Oh yeah, she's really chill about it. She's like, I'm aware of the burning in the room. It's okay. It gives it character.
Fixed it as
We
best
already
we
fixed
could.
it.
You fixed it magically, but the scars are still there.
Huh?
That was the fault of my lovely little mushroom buddies. Which
And
they will learn not to be a little more respectful next time.
She writes something down on a piece of parchment. It's like a tiny little piece of parchment, and she rolls it up and she hands it over to you. And it's bound with like a leaf and a stem. Use that if they get out of hand.
Much appreciated.
Thank you for the hospitality.
Do you check it after you leave?
Oh,
What
yeah.
it is? It's a mushroom recipe for stew.
Yes!
So instead of the paddle with the holes in it hanging on the wall as a reminder,
It's a recipe.
It's a mushroom stew recipe.
That's pretty effective.
I just thought of something really odd. So I have that mushroom spell. What happens if I try to use that on one of the fungi kids?
They either get big or smaller.
Imagine,
Kaiju shroom.
imagine
Blip
Rufio.
and blob.
going full kaiju size and flashbanging.
Fucking nobody at the con will be able to fucking see.
There will be shadows all over the place. Permanently.
I want to do that too.
You are in permanent hallucination mode.
Hypnotoad mode.
Hypnotoad.
So
Do
you,
that to is that tough shroom?
Rufio.
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 That's not one you want to make kaiju size.
Unless you really want something to get broken.
Based off of what he was able to do at his smallest, no, the fuck you don't.
He's looking hunky now.
He already punched through a boulder taller than him.
Make
Our
him
parents
like-
made a continent. Maybe it's on to us to even out the equation.
They made a continent, and then wasn't it someone dropped a mountain?
So there's a spell to drop a mountain. Because that fucking exists.
I thought that was
Shit has escalated
I thought
to that point.
I thought that was said by the information broker. To be honest, I thought one of our parents found a spell to drop a mountain.
Yeah, they had. When they were going to fight Humphrey as the Beholder, they were talking about that spell, but couldn't get it to work or something. So they had to do all the other stuff that they had to do. They were going to drop a mountain on Humphrey.
So you get to the Tinkerer's Row, and there's all these shops set up, and all these various tinkering shops. And Osling moves very close to the group, like, this place is unnatural. And this druid stops and looks at you guys, and it's a Kinku, and they're like, I resent that. And they just look at you a lot and start walking off, and you see like this wooden thing following behind them, and it's a druid tinkerer.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
They do exist.
And Osling's like, she looks over at you. What in the hells was that abomination?
I
I want to take a look at this device. Just kind of study it as it goes by.
Do a perception.
What is that?
That was
Like
a-
a little.
that was a druid.
17.
though.
Like a little animunculi, a little automaton made of wood.
17.
As it goes past you, your brain just instantly blip for a brief moment, because every part of this you're seeing is made of wood and stems and nature itself. Even like from what the glance at the very inside of this, the core of it is nature. You're not picking up anything arcane about this. This is all just nature.
Okay. Is it like a homunculi or like Ace as a steel defender?
You can't tell. It's completely alien to you.
Hey, what is that?
And
But-
they don't really hear you and just keep walking.
That was crazy. It was like a robot made out of wood.
Strange, but we've seen.
I mean, I
weirder.
guess it can be done. I've never thought about that.
So you get to the outside of the Tinker's Guild, where there is actually a entrance to his father's thing, and and you see like there's a ramp going down back and forth, and it's actually fairly well worn, and you see a door that's about his size, and Oslin looks over.
It's weird. Watch. You guys are all invited to come in. Ace, let's go.
And Ace is like,
Alright. Walk through.
he heads up the little ramp because it's his size, and he heads inside, and Ace walks over towards the ramp, and he just shrinks down to the size of him, and he goes inside following him.
Follow behind.
And you see Scabbard just shrink down to size to go through the door.
Does Feisty become the size of a house cat?
Basically.
Yeah.
Osling's like, nope.
I am not shit faced enough for this shit.
Osling's like, oh, she's gonna check her. She takes something out. She pops the cork on it. You can smell where you're at, Mongo.
I was gonna try to arcane the shit out of this, but I think I just lost that.
And she takes a sip of it and she hands it over to you.
I'll take a sip of it.
Roll a con at disadvantage.
Boy, let's go.
Over at the top of this ramp, I'm just gonna turn back. You
Please.
coming or what?
But everybody's so much bigger now.
Disadvantage is not bad. It's a 15.
You take a drink of it, and it's like taking a shot of the worst tequila you've ever had mixed with absinthe.
Why would you
do that
mix
to
tequila and
yourself?
absinthe?
With
Oh.
like with like an aftertaste of like
Paint thinner.
anise mixed with mint.
Why the hell would you do that to yourself?
Why?
But
What?
oh, it warms you all the way down.
So,
You want, I
tequila,
can try to fix that.
absinthe, Jägermeister, and mint. Why?
It warms you all the way down, but it's like a drink that you will take for like, all right, let's fucking go.
You know,
Yep.
I'm curious enough to try this. Let's just try this.
Don't do
Tom
that.
looks like he's just green.
I fucking hate tequila. I've told you that story.
Yeah, I know.
That's why I hate it.
And yeah,
Tequila makes me black out and fight everyone.
do you head over to the house too?
Fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna try to figure out what the hell was going on, but the fucking smell of that, like, fuck this, I'm out.
You walk over and you shrink down to size, and you follow over to with Osley, kind of like almost like the witch shuffle from Hocus Pocus. Kind of leaning on each other a little bit for support because as I drink, and you shrink down and head
Wait,
up the
what
stairs.
size does Noodle get? Because he can already fit. He's already like Nikolai's size.
I'll get to that. You all head inside the oh fuck entryway to the home, and yeah, you're all standing there in the entryway, and Noodle is actually the same height as everybody else. Everybody's around the same height, like just slightly off a bit.
You got larger.
I hate
No, you got
everything
smaller.
about this.
Osley looks over. This is unnatural. Do a actual perception for me.
Yeah, Cayenne is not a happy camper. She hates everything about this already. 14.
14?
17.
17?
Are Osling and Cayenne visibly disturbed?
You said perception,
Visibly
right?
Yeah.
pissed off.
Okay. Cayenne, your mother and father have a room here.
14.
That Oslin looks over and she's looking with you, and there's something you see. You see where their eyes follow because you're
Uh-huh.
too busy looking at the various details of
Uh-huh.
like, oh my god, this is my dad's place. And in the wall next to the door, carved with some sort of really sharp object in a language you can't read, is some sort of message that's been left there. But you and Osling can read it, and it simply says, "This is fucking unnatural, Holvar."
And I walk up to Cayenne and I go up to her and I give her a hug.
That
An
feels even
actual
more
hug.
unnatural because he's hugging you at the same size as you.
And I hold her
Cayenne's
tight and it's like, I've always
face
wanted to just hug you.
Cayenne's face is twitching and twitching hard. She is seconds away from grabbing both of Nikolai's ears and headbutting as hard as she can.
Oh, But you see that message that your father left at the door that his father just decided to leave there.
How many times did it take? Because I can legit see this happening. Holbar writes the message, carves the message. Nikolai's dad fixes it. Recard, refix, recard,
But-
refix.
And
But
then I
through
go over
these-
to Osling and I go to give her a hug.
Osley holds the blade up to your throat. Don't you dare.
I try to show how visibly upset and sad he is. Performance.
Oh no, her ears are back, and she's just got that blade out to your neck, and it is just like, fuck. But through the disturbances, that thought comes back to you, and it cuts through everything. That your parents had a room here.
Especially after seeing the message and literally seeing Dad's name carved into the framing or metal, whatever the fuck this place is made out of.
It's made of very beautiful wood.
Okay.
It's all wood. There's like, yes, it's a tinkering shop, but it's very much organic to a degree. Like, the parents are all agreed on like what this place is going to be made of if they're going to be staying here. Type deal.
Yeah, it probably had to. It is quite homely, so
Yeah, it's like,
I opened the door.
no, you guys are inside the entryway
Oh, okay, okay.
already, where that message is carved, and yeah, you're gonna head off to the room, look for it.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
I'll give everybody a tour.
Okay. You guys are like at the back of the tour bus, the kind that don't want to be there, but your parents dragged you along anyway.
kinda, yeah.
Scabbard's probably
The
like, oh my
kids that
god.
like to straggle behind in the back and like to talk about fucked up shit so the teacher won't hear.
Yeah. Do an investigation. You guys all can choose to do an investigation.
Or not. 9?
9?
Natural 20.
You're trying to get through all of this, like, what kind of fucking magic is this place? Who casts these fucking spells? Where's the runes hidden? If you want, you can do an arcana at disadvantage.
Damn it.
I got a 21 for investigation.
Fuck right off!
What? You got an extra 20 and you have to roll
No, I
again?
just fucking 19 and now I have to roll at disadvantage. I roll a fucking 1, I swear to God.
Watch it be a 19
Shouldn't
again.
shouldn't throw that out there in the universe, Tom.
Yep. I tell you, words have power.
Not as bad as I was thinking. 16 total.
16?
Yeah, roll the 10.
Natural 20.
I'm aware.
Oh, okay, I didn't know.
I would ask if I wasn't. So you guys are wandering around and you see the room where there was various paintings being done. And you can see where they were just, like, family came through here and stuff. And you guys stop for a moment as Nikolai goes on down the hall talking talking around and stuff like, oh my god, you guys, look at this and look at this. And you stop at the note station that caused you to stop.
Okay.
And you're like way gone at this point, and
Yeah.
you see,
I've already seen it. And I'm trying
Yeah.
to show.
and you see the note there that your parents were actually involved with Alufa's parents to help her get restored.
Oh, I'm grabbing the fucking note.
Do I see them there at that note?
You're upstairs; that they're still downstairs, and
Oh.
you're like, you turn around, you're like,
Head back down. Where'd they go?
Yeah, you look around a little bit at the various documentation there. Just seeing, like, musings of the various family members that left basically notes there for each other. Almost like a bulletin board, but just for the family members.
See if my dad or mom left anything. Or anything was left for them.
You can-
This is all of their handwriting.
Head back downstairs. I was going to tell you about that one, Mongo. Or all of us about that one. We fixed a problem our parents started to work on. Go over to Mongo, full size as I am. Grab him by the shoulder, pull him on. You are a good wizard, Mongo. I told you this before. Give him a pat on the shoulder and come on. There's so much to look at, but I want to show you guys your rooms.
Yeah, you see a coin there, and it's actually a silver coin from your country.
Pick it up and look at it. Examine it. What does it look like?
It's a silver coin, nothing too strange to it, but there's a certain humor to it, and there's a note attached to it that says a test version of our coin, and And your dad was showing how simple he was with this. That it basically, for copper, there's a cobalt hand on it, and it's a 1. For this, it has a cobalt hand doing this.
And like with the crest on the other side.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I kind of fucking love that.
That's pretty great. I like
It's,
it.
you gotta fucking admire the simplicity of it. You really do.
Flip it over, take a look. I assume the family crest is on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Put it back down, right where it was.
Yeah. And you head upstairs. And you head upstairs, and Nikolai shows you the rooms of your parents where they had stayed. They're not just like small rooms either. They're like almost like fucking king size rooms essentially.
I would imagine no smaller than this room.
They're essentially a studio into themselves.
Yeah.
A studio apartment, more or less.
My old place.
So, to you guys.
Before I go into mine, I'm gonna show that note about Luva to Cayenne. Just kind of walk over and hand it to her.
Yeah. You
Well, I
see
guess
it.
actually instead of handing it to her, just kind of.
It's awkward.
Did Osley?
I immediately go to
look
hand
at
it up and just realize, oh wait.
Get Osling to look at the letter too.
She looks at the letter and she's like, words of long dead people.
Seems our parents.
Did I hear this?
From down the hall, you hear this, yeah.
And you were giving me shit about, like, wondering, like, if I really need my sister's name if she's alive. Jeez.
She wasn't at the information broker.
Yeah, I know, but I was talking to
Oh.
Cayenne.
Ah. So, do you guys go to the rooms?
I'll take the note back.
Put it back where it was?
Yeah.
Or just shuffle it away?
Put it back where it was, but also write something on there saying like, problem solved.
And while everybody's investigating their room, I will try to see if I can, since I'm a full-size person with full-size tools and shit, I will try to make a breakfast for everybody. A simple breakfast.
Oh no.
Oh fuck.
Hey, I know how to cook.
So-
I did it before.
We'll start on this side. You head into your parents' room, and Alufa she's standing at the doorway of that room.
Wait, Alufa's there?
Or not Alufa, Oslo.
I was just to say, how the fuck did Alufa show up?
She just shows up.
Just tell
Hello, everybody.
Oh.
We basically adopted her, okay?
But
Or
no,
did she adopt us at this point?
Oslin is
I don't know.
standing at the door to the room, and she seems very hesitant to even go into the room.
I'm just gonna grab her arm and pull her in.
She stumbles in like a fucking newborn fowl. Just head over fucking kidder, trying not to knock herself over. Id comes in and makes himself at home. He has no fucks.
He doesn't care. Am I comfortable? Yes. Cool.
And it's disorienting to see because you're smaller to fit inside the house, but there's two very large double windows that go out to essentially the world so you can see it. And you see all
That
these.
would be so weird.
And,
Giant people walking by.
Or if it's all at normal perspective, that would be even cooler.
and you see all these
Devil
long,
Project
like,
Light.
forgotten
Magnifying
plants. Some of them have vined up
Window.
across
to make it
things.
seem like normal.
And there's scrolls across like a center table that was shared, and like a small cooking area that's more natural. Well, it's like you're at a place where your parents actually lived when they were in town.
Be looking through the different scrolls and everything.
Yeah, and go ahead and do an investigation. Do you just walk into your parents' room and just like, I'm home?
No, I'd
Sit down at the bed and have an
probably
existential
take,
crisis.
Like a sack and knock first. Open it slowly. It's like, this is fucking weird.
Yeah, it's actually a really well kept room between your parents.
They're cats.
Fucking prestidigitation. It's always fucking clean.
You walk in, as soon as you cross the threshold, you just feel something ripple on you, and you're like, oh, they just keep things clean from dirty from coming in. And you look down, Mongo, briefly, and you see a mat there that was hand stitched. It says, "Clean your paws before you enter."
Get Noodle.
Noodle does the same thing. Noodle's your height now too.
I just kind of look forward to it. Point at the bat. This is going to take a minute.
Yeah.
Got a 16.
16. You see some notes there that are in Sylvan regarding, and you can see that at times Holvar was here and then she was here and back and forth. That they passed off a note that was like an old school messaging system.
Like the binder I still have from my high school days, how we did notes.
Yeah, and it's you see a few notes there of how many children do we want? It's we're not discussing this over a message. No, but seriously, how many do you want? No, we're discussing this in person type of note. And there's a few recipes there that your mom was working on essentially, and it's refreshing to see that your parents, things that they lived with. You can see some a cloak hanging on the essentially a vine, like a tree branch essentially, because they're more natural instead of carved. You see a wall where there's planks set up along the wall where there's an axe actually sticking out of it, where your mom and father threw axes at the wall. Very crudely written Bolvi. And you see a score sheet that's basically with chalk next to it.
Yeah.
And in this large, it's almost like a giant bean bag towards where the window is, and that's obviously their bed.
That works perfectly.
And then above
Take
is
the load off.
above there's just all these vines hanging down with leaves and everything. It's very peaceful.
Definitely get Osling to be more relaxed for sure.
Yeah. You see off towards one other corner there's various books and such that your parents had. And you see something that instantly makes you smile. There's a small bowl there, and in that bowl is a peace pipe.
There you go. That'll get the both of you calmed down.
She already got you guys hammered a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
What do you do, Mongo? Start looking around?
Yep.
What are you looking for?
See what Noodle does. Because, if he traveled with Mom, then he's probably already been here. So, he's probably already got, a little space for him to, curl up on.
Alright, Noodle goes over and he does something, and you see him grab these little magic stones that are in the wall, and he rearranges them. He shrinks back down to noodle size. And he instantly goes up this long, round, spindly thing and goes into a little noodle condo.
Noodle. It's this big now.
Yeah, he goes into a noodle condo essentially, and you see a little light come on in there.
He's this big. A micro ferret.
You just kind of lean up and kind of peek in.
Yeah, and it's a fully furnished little place and everything for him.
It's a little sub apartment. It's so cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, start looking around, see what's up.
I'm getting Ace to help me make this breakfast.
It's gonna be burnt to a crisp. Remember, he likes slag. It's gonna be crispy as fuck. Yeah, a little sub apartment for him where he can hang out and such. It's pretty cool.
He's assisting me. He's not doing the cooking.
Occasionally, just clank, clank.
Knock.
Hey, so I need to mash these potatoes.
Wham! Countertop just cracks, mends itself because it's used to the centaurs. Lots of things have to be self-mending in this place.
I gotta ask, was it originally designed with self-mending in mind, or was everything just mended so fucking much that it
became
absorbed the magic?
Who knows? Scabbard, do you just go into the room of your parents?
Take a look around the outside of this door first.
It looks like any of the other door frames.
Alright.
You knock, no response.
Is it a single door or a double door?
It's a double door. All of them are double doors.
Twist the handles and push or pull, whatever it is.
Make a reflex. I'm just kidding.
You're the one that had to get into details as how you're opening it, so DM has to give you dice to roll.
I was just wondering, like, maybe they had, like, a specific emblem or something on the door that no one
Fine,
else
fuck
bothered
it.
to
Make a
look
reflex for me.
Oh, what the
Seriously?
fuck is wrong with
Alright.
my brain? I just figured out how they had him.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
All hoping for one. That'd have been so fucking hilarious.
Well,
12. You go and you push the doors, and you just hear a noise, and you instantly panic as the doors fly open, and
Only
this
way it could fucking happen.
unimaginably powerful gust of wind just slams you into the wall,
oh, what the hell?
and you hit the wall, and you feel your entire back pop, and it's kind of sobering a little bit as you hit the ground. You're like, oh, they fucking trapped the door.
The mother would be the paranoid one.
Okay. I get up. You okay, Feisty?
Feisty's saying off to the side of the door.
Yeah, I don't know either.
And Feisty speaks in your head in normal English. I wasn't the one stupid enough to stand in front of that door.
Use a message to speak back. I didn't think I was gonna be trapped. Let's go inside, I guess. Take a look around.
Heads through the door and do an investigation for me.
I just had it. Where'd the die go? Here it is.
Fail. Automatic failure on your part.
Womp, womp, womp.
Yes.
24.
You look. You head into the room and you look around a little bit briefly, and you look back at the door. And you see scried above the door. It's not your familiar dad's writing. It's actually very elegant. It says, "You fell for the trap."
Was
Parents
this
were
in
pranksters on each other.
common, draconic, or kobold?
Do a history for me. You're like, fuck. Huh.
21.
It is a form of draconic, but it is a royal draconic.
This was probably Mother's
Formal
handwriting.
draconic.
There's various levels of draconic where if you want to send someone a note, you're going to use dirty draconic or questionable draconic.
Look around the rest of the room.
It's
An idea of what these individuals were like.
your parents. You've already met them quite a bit through other means.
Yeah. It still helps to get a better idea of what their living space is like. How is that tonight?
Mongo, you're looking around a little bit, and you find a note on the
14, 15.
table, and you look at it, and there's a writing underneath it from your mom that says, oh, not another one. And the note basically says, that's 23 ones I have now.
Damn.
The old man was a wand collector too.
What are you doing? Are you taking part in the pipe?
Me and Osling probably would, yeah.
Okay. Just let her take a con check for that. It's herbs you've never seen. You're assuming they're from the homeland, or from at least where your mom and dad are royalty at.
Mm-hmm. Con check too.
Yeah.
It's just. I can imagine Dad's just kind of decked
Was
out
it a
like
disadvantage or no?
No. Just straight.
18.
almost like
18?
a gunslinger.
You take a puff of it, and it is like smoking a Cuban cigar
Yeah,
mixed
probably.
with vanilla. And then that just like
the
herbiness
Boondocks
hits
thing for
you,
that one dude just
and it is like the most
Yeah.
instantaneous high ever mixed with the alcohol.
Quick draw.
Oh,
Others to
boy.
my collection.
So the world is different colors at this point.
Oh, and everything feels like you're on a ship.
Oh,
Gee.
God.
Oh, the schnozberries
You
taste
wanted
like
that.
schnozberries.
Why the fuck?
The
did I fly out
schnozberries
my
taste like
hand?
blue.
Roll a sleight of paw for me over there.
Sleight of Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Or better yet, the schnozberries taste like purple.
The
I was gonna say,
schnozberries
tastes
taste
like
like
the sound
licking
of
the
music.
bottom side of a schnozwazzle. You look disturbed there, Tom.
A little bit.
That would be
So, what was that?
It was a 15 on the investigation.
21.
15 on the investigation. 21.
21.
Okay. You are not burning anything yet.
That's nice to know.
You look around a little bit and you see something that's stuck partially into the wall. And you go over to it and you look at it, and it is a very large sword, way bigger than for a kobold.
That is huge.
And you're putting two and two together in your head that your mom carried around a two-handed sword.
Okay.
And you're just imagining how big that sword is compared to her. She's a 15-foot dragon carrying around a Zweihander, essentially.
That's not a great sword. That's an ultra great sword.
No, that's the great sort of fuck you. I'm cutting a bitch.
Yeah, it is a beautifully carved sword, and as much as it's pretty buried into the wall, that it will probably take the entire party to pull that out.
That should probably stay there.
And just looking around, you see like the various closet and the various royal garbs. Notes passed back and forth between your parents that were in private. It's political things here and there, nothing of really importance. It doesn't matter. They had their own set of, handlers and whatnot like that, people that spoke for them, regents that spoke for them, and there's a few notes there from them that were basically in code that you can't discern. But the thing that does catch you very, very much off guard is there's a small area off towards the where the books are, and there's woodworking tools, and there's various figurines that are carved there that one of your parents like to carve figures in their free time.
Go over there and take a look. See
Yeah.
what they were making last. And see what other things are there.
Yeah, go ahead.
$25.
25. You look over and it's carved out in cobalt. It's definitely worked craftsmanship of a kobold. And you see various parts laying there and various tools that had to be remade, and you're like, Nikolai's dad probably remade those. That they've probably were broken at some time. That to a degree, with carving something, your dad probably didn't have much patience for it, but he tried. And it was an in progress baby rattle.
Pick it up and just out of curiosity, give it a little shake.
It's only the bottom part. The top part hadn't been finished yet.
Okay. So it's literally just like the little ball part.
So it's like the stem and the ring and the bottom part of the ball part, essentially. It has been the top part. You can see where he started carved, like the screw section to lock it together.
Oh, so it wasn't finished.
Yeah.
It was.
Jeez.
Alright.
Manga, do another investigation for me.
Yeah, that's a 1.
That's a 1.
Unnatural. Okay.
You take another few steps and you hear a click as you step on something. And you look around a little bit. I'm going to roll a 4-sided die and a 20-sided die.
Oh,
Oh boy, that's fun. I actually need a calculator because my brain cannot math at the moment.
Well, that's not a good sign for me.
The last 25 hours of precipitation just poof off of you instantly as something hits you.
How heavy do you feel at this point?
And you
Oh,
hear
good. The honey's back.
and Noodle sticks his head out of the window and looks down at you, having heard whatever that was, Cherry, and goes and closes the window, the blinds. You try to do that and it doesn't work.
Oh, I don't know who the fuck did this. Go out, come right back in.
It doesn't work.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
There is a bathroom off to the back side, though. You're gonna have to go
Do
and
it
clean
old school.
Do it
Huh?
old school.
You have to go.
How
scrub.
old school?
You have to go scrub. Oh, are you gonna lick yourself clean? All that gunk from the last 20-something hours. And you're realizing your parents were, to a degree, pranksters on each other.
Not alone. I wonder if all.
So that's where I get it from.
Ozzy looks over you and she just cackles at you. And she just reaches in her pouch and she just drops it, or she's trying to grab, and it was more herb to add to the mix.
Oh no. No. Gonna just take an apple and just pop.
Right in her
Yep.
mouth. And you just hear her mumble over the apple. I'm a turkey. I'm a turkey.
Oh my god.
What's
Osling gonna pet the flower.
Osling's going to pet all the flowers. She's gone. She's gone.
And of course, being here in the rooms of your parents, you do have access to the wardrobes that they left behind.
Yeah, I'm cleaning.
I assume there's dust and stuff. I'm probably gonna spend time cleaning too.
And you eventually go get them for breakfast.
Yeah, once it's done, I'll go gather everybody up.
Osling just reaches out and messes with your ear a little bit, and she's rosy in the face, more color than she normally has, way more.
Is it obvious that she's stoned?
Just look at her eyeballs. That's all you gotta see.
She looks like Mongo with catnip.
It looks like her eyes look like they're made of there's pure marble or glass. At this point,
So
her and Cayenne both.
I step back and I usher her over, breakfast. Let's go eat.
She goes over to the table. It's this large round table where all of your parents have been at, and oh god. And she takes a few steps and she stumbles in, chin first into the table, and you just see
Oh.
blood splatter across the table as she spits it out. And she reaches up and she's like, and she's just like a deer on ice.
Walk over, place a hand, right on her forehead, and go ahead and do. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of that lay on hands. Fix that up.
Can lay on hands actually work with poisons?
Actually, yeah.
Why do
You
I
can-
have a
you can get rid of some of her
feeling
drunkenness
that
if
This
you
is
wanted
not the first
I'm
one
not
at
gonna
this
do
table
that.
with its fucking
probably
come
upset by
across.
No. The table looks like it's seen its fair share of abuse from different family members. There's scorched marks, oil marks, even blood marks on this table which were long dried.
And even more now.
Nips, cracks. You can see where the table's been put back together, essentially, where someone's gone through the table, probably.
I
Or
blame
no.
your parents for that. I don't know who they sent through the table. I'm just assuming somebody did
Osley
something.
just reaches up and she
they
just
put
pets
them
your
through the
face a
table.
little bit.
Okay. You know, I can make you sober so you don't accidentally hurt yourself again.
And she just looks at you and she's like, "You're a pretty frog."
I start
And-
dishing up whatever I made for everybody.
It's
Diane's just over there giggling at what Osling is saying at this point.
and she looks at and she's basically trying to make omelets, but it turned into like a big breakfast scramble. But there's vegetables and eggs and
21
meats.
and I couldn't pull off omelets? Jeez.
It's an amazing breakfast scramble.
Okay.
And
Dude, for someone that's starting off with cooking omelets, you're actually pretty tricky.
And Osling's just looking at the food in front of her, and she just, when she watches the smoke swirl, she just starts laughing to herself.
Wow. How gone do you have to? I don't
She-
know anyone.
Is
that's
she
been that gone.
more gone than Cayenne is?
Oh yeah,
Okay, yeah, she's further gone than Cayenne, so Cayenne can at least form sentences.
Should I sober her up a little bit?
She already does not like this place.
She's in her
As
happy place.
as our father stated, it is very unnatural. He so lovingly carved into the framing of this entryway.
Ah, that's what that mark was. Okay.
Free room and board, at least. Well, you enjoy that, Oslin. I'm gonna go over here.
she's like, okay, talking frog.
There's a Kermit reference. Fucking know it.
She's like, if you see Scabbard, tell him there's squiggly stuff on the table.
Is she talking about the blood splatter of the food?
She's talking about whatever's on the table in front of her.
That looks squiggly.
The eggs aren't moving. It's her brain making them move.
We're not okay.
She's not a smoker like Cayenne is.
No, she's a drinker.
Oh yeah.
Alright. Sit down and eat some of these delicious eggs that Nikolai has made.
Yeah, you can talk amongst yourselves. It's a full scramble. There's meat, all sorts of stuff in there.
Yeah.
Turns out the mother and father were jokers.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, I opened the door and a gust of wind blew me into a wall.
That's funny.
Sounds appropriate.
And
As,
Feist,
Why are you
as we're
wet?
eating and talking, I'm writing down the recipe that I created.
and
Or be
Feisty's,
And moist.
Feisty's just sitting
No.
there and she's looking around, everybody having food except for herself.
I got cleaned up. That just means showered. I'm a cat, dude.
And Feisty's,
Feisty, eat!
There's no plate or bowl in front of her.
She wants a plate.
I go get her a plate. And scoot over a little bit to give her a spot.
She sits at the table, and oddly enough, she is very articulate. And she's actually using her little tendrils and like feeding herself like a proper lady. It's terrifying to see that she's using the right fork, right utensils, everything.
Sorry, Feisty.
You know,
Usually not thinking about all of us at the table. Won't happen again.
You know, Feisty, we're in a safe place if you want. Talk normally. You don't have to.
Talk however you're fucking comfortable.
Yeah.
She just goes back to eating very formally.
I'm gonna have to make a space for her in the room. I'm not really. I don't think mother or father had any type of companion other than each other.
So,
Noodle's got his own little place up in there.
that's cool. Where is he?
He's still up in his little place, probably DJing to himself, or having some like little drinkies to himself.
Go grab him. I'll get a plate for him.
It's aged well.
Or knocked out.
I imagine he has his own little cigar room somewhere up in there.
Yeah, I can kind of see him in like a little smoking jacket, just kind of sitting back.
A little study where he can look at his rocks.
So do you go
inspect
find
his,
Noodle?
his
Yeah.
gemstones and such.
His unfathomable, like, rock collection.
It's
has
like
his own
billions
little vault.
worth in like precious stones.
Probably.
Basically like a walk-in closet, and it's illuminated.
Yeah, I can see that. Like a whole little air. Oh God, it's like
He's got his own little vault.
Simon Pegg, Nick Frost, the cop one.
What
Oh,
the hell would you say to me?
what is it?
Do an investigation.
What was the name of that show?
Movie.
Movie, yeah.
Which one?
11.
Simon Pegg, Nick Frost, cop.
Oh, Hot Fuzz.
That's it. Like when they
Yeah.
go into
Yeah,
the
that's what I was
DVD
thinking, okay.
closet. I can imagine Noodle just having one of those, just all of them just like lined up. They got like a couple little lights on there, all just for like his favorite.
Dancing lights just floating around there, make it look all sparkly.
Yeah.
As you're sitting there and you take a bite, you see something that's so it's like a little kiosk type or a coist area, nook
Okay.
where the table is. Couldn't find the word, but I found it. It's like a nook area, and you're facing inward towards it. Feisty's like right here, and then Nikolai's right there. And you see past it, there's this massive painting that was done there on a tapestry of all of the family together.
Oh, wow.
And you get an unexpected piece of information from that. You see Noodle is there next to your mom, and your father has this bird sitting on his shoulder.
Hey, cool.
Bird.
And it is a beautiful but scary looking bird that you can't place anywhere.
This is fucking
If you want, you can bug Cayenne. She's right next to you. It's
point right at it.
and you look over and it's kind of moving a bit. It feels a little bit anime, but you're able to focus more than Oslin is. Oslin's still over next to you, just she's watching the smoke. It's going away.
She's probably like,
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, shit.
he's so pretty. He's so pretty, Jake.
So if you want, you could do a nature check on it. What he's
I'll do
looking at.
that. Oh boy. I'm having troubles focusing at an 8. Little trouble focusing at the moment.
You start looking at it and you immediately look down and you look at your food and you're just kind of like, oh, it is slightly squiggly. And you get and you stab it and you take a bite of it. It's that really fluffy type of egg where it just melts in your mouth and you get like the cheese a little bit in it too. It's like creamy and melty in your mouth.
Like the fluffy pancake batter eggs.
Yeah.
What you looking
fucking
at
omelet.
up there?
Give me a couple to yeah.
Take a look and see.
Apparently they all posed for a portrait at one point.
Look at it.
And yeah, you see Holvar is the your mom is kind of giving him a side glance a little bit because he has his massive battle axe across his shoulder for the photo.
Of
Yeah,
course.
I would.
Was it the same axe that was in the wall earlier? A different one.
This is a different one. This is as the wooden part of it is as big as he is tall, and it basically comes to a sword blade at the opposite end of the actual axe.
Oh. So it's basically a halberd like yours.
No, this is like a full-size two-handed axe on both
This
sides.
is a great axe with a sword on the end.
Lovely.
There's a specific name
It-
for that type of weapon. I don't remember. what
Yeah,
it is.
it's called die. As in, you swing it, they die.
Or if you're not careful while swinging it, you lose a hand, fingers, and or
Die.
another body part. Yeah, or that.
So, yeah, you can choose to try and make another roll on the bird. Now that you're
Well, you do
focusing a
know
little bit
first,
more
it
on
gets
the
cold.
image.
Oh,
I'll eat a little bit more of my food and probably carefully stand and get closer to the image, but not to where I'm like this.
Drunk staring?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have
Yeah,
an
I'll try to
idea.
go get Noodle.
I will go with her to investigate the image.
I'm gonna take a look. Actually, I'm gonna go and grab my book of creatures and see if I can't cross-reference it.
Go ahead and roll real quick before everybody departs the table.
I wasn't any better at a 1.
You get a bit closer and you start leaning closer and you hit the wall right next to it and you slide down a little bit
I help her back up.
and you're like, I'm gonna go sit next to Osley.
Do you need help, sister?
The second wave of the drunken highness is hitting you all of a sudden.
I have an idea. I'll be right back. I'm gonna
Yeah.
go run and grab my book.
You got this, Cayenne, or do you
No.
need help?
Can't
I'm
cross-reference.
weaving my way back to the table without any assistance because Cayenne ain't about that.
Alright, so as you head off to get Noodle, you head off to get your book. Where are you off
I
to?
was going to investigate the painting with her.
Yeah, you can do that. But before you do that, we're going to go ahead and take our break,
Okay.
get food in us, go to
Sounds
the
good.
bathroom,
Kind of hungry.
and then come back and pick up and see where we go.
Yes.
We hope to see you all back after break.
What? So now that gives me the question: how did Vegeta and Bulma?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back from the break. We're jumping back into this.
Eventually, I guess Bulma got bored.
It is pretty canon that he
Hey.
uses up for her.
Get back. Stop. Get back to it. I said stop. So, we're gonna jump slightly because everybody's kind of fucked at the moment. If you go get your book, you come back down, it's not in there. Not even a fucking snowball's chance in hell on that one. This bird is definitely not from the region. And,
I don't know what that is.
yeah,
Big burp.
you guys have to go to the court essentially in a while.
One question I did have since I did look at that bird.
Mm-hmm.
Did it seem like something that would have occurred where red and blue came from, or somewhere completely different?
Somewhere completely different.
Okay,
I'm
that's
gonna
all
ask
I
Noodle
wanted to
who
know.
the hell that is.
The bird?
Yeah,
While you're in the room?
yeah.
Noodle just makes a bunch of squeaky noises.
Gas comprehend languages.
It starts squeaking, and it's like, that's your dad's familiar, his companion, his partner.
Who were they? It's a big ass bird.
Noodle just kind of sits there and rolls his paws a little bit. He's dead. Like, permanently.
I thought when Familias got injured to a certain point, they go back to
It's
the realm that y'all came from.
it's not always that simple.
Damn.
I don't know the kind of bird. Maybe the cayenne one would know.
When she sobers up, she may remember.
I am the Cayenne now.
The cayenne. She is the pepper.
The spice.
So when, just like a stone giant picks her up, grates her over a slice of like cheese dough bread.
That would be painful.
Properly seasoned.
Huh.
Oh,
Centaur hooves. Great for
I
can't say the word.
rare delicacy.
Aphrodisiac.
Yes, thank you.
Now all I feel is sandpaper on my arm.
That's just Tom unshaved. Or is it Mongo that's been shaved out and he's just all stubble?
Oh.
Mongo temporarily turned into a Sphinx cat via magic.
He's been there, done that already.
Yeah.
If he
So-
was more like a Likoi cat, where it's just small patches where you just see skin, but you still have fur covering the rest.
We don't need Mongo to go reverse poodle again.
So, some time passes, you're able to sober up a little bit. You actually kind of fish around your parents' rooms a little bit, and you go over and you check out the herbs. And there is actually a bit of herbs there that your mom had prepared that you're familiar with that are used to help sober up people because you're like, oh, they went out drinking a bit.
A little too much.
And it's just like, you just find they're like almost like wrapped up in like really nice like leaves, almost like tobacco paper, but leaves. They've been dried out. And it's just something you pop in your mouth and chew on, and it's various herbs that help with studying the mind and body.
Not gonna taste great, but it's gonna work.
Oh no, it tastes absolutely terrible.
It'd be like chewing on a mixture of dried broccoli, dried spinach, and probably dried asparagus.
It's like taking the super green food powder and just putting a scoop of it in your mouth without water.
I've smelled it. No.
That sounds terrible.
Just a
But,
mouthful of powder is just bad.
So, yeah, you can head back down and take another look at that picture now that you're sober.
I will do that.
And, Scabbard, I'm pretty sure you're down there looking through the pages of your book, sitting on the table, looking at it. You head back over to the table as well?
I'll probably look through the room a little bit more.
Okay. Yeah, do an investigation. Do a...
Was Osling still downstairs? Because she was way too gone to move.
She's upstairs in your parents' room, starfished essentially in the middle of the bed. On a trip.
I'm gonna just leave her there to chill.
19?
19?
But before I would have gone, I would have left some of the herb near where, at least when she woke up, and a note was like, "Eat this."
Okay. Oh, she's gone.
Yeah. I don't know if is she passed out gone?
She's getting to that part where she's kind of giggling and half passing out.
Okay, then I'll just leave the herb on the table then.
Yeah. And for some reason you speak between all the chaos here and there of figuring this out, the mushrooms are back to normal size in this room. And they found basically a piece of a broken blade, and they're trying to measure each other's heights, but they're not just going across gently, they're just swiping it across.
Basically would have at least told them to play nice while here, please.
And
Not
it just
to intimidate, just
it hops across and glares at them, and they all look over at it, and they're like,
Just sitting there at the table flipping through pages and close the book. I have no idea what that is, do you?
nobody's there yet, dude.
Oh, I thought she was there.
I'm just placing you there because I figure that's where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
Mongo, you look around a little bit in there and you find something, and you pick it up, and it's one of your mom's robes, like an outer robe that she would wear during when it was colder, and it just smells very, very faintly of vanilla.
Appropriate, considering her fur color.
Cream puff.
Yeah.
Vanilla scented cream puff.
Gonna hang on to it.
Okay. Put in your pack. What was your... Oh, yeah, you need to roll nature. And you head back downstairs.
the natures.
Nikolai was
At a
investigating the painting.
19.
Do an investigation. A 19? Nikolai's there with you, looking at the painting. You close your book, and you're like, I can't find anything on this.
24.
24?
Mhm.
It's... Your dad took his time with this.
Oh, his dad did it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. Look, my dad did this.
It's impressive.
And you come downstairs, and you walk down with Mongo, and he's just walking next to you, and it's an... Do you want a happy dance there, bud?
Looks like he's about to fall off, too.
And you guys
His
kind
rope
of...
is hanging over the edge.
And so you get back down there, and you see the picture. It's no longer moving or looking weird to you, and you're like, oh, thank God.
Still a little tripped out by the massive weapon Dad had.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. And it's like...
Hey, Cayenne, do you happen to know what that is? Because I can't find it anywhere in this book.
And you look at the thing, and Mongo looks between you, the picture, and Nikolai, and here's what Nikolai said regarding that his dad painted this.
I had a question, but I can
And
answer it.
you look at the animal that's sitting on his shoulder. While it is as big as him, you pause for a moment. You've spoken to druids about various wildlife that they've encountered. That's one of the things you do. And it is an Abyssian phoenix.
That sounds intense.
Essentially, they represent the stars in the lunar cycle as opposed to the sun cycle of a normal phoenix.
That is cool.
And just like a normal phoenix, if they bond to you, and they will basically become your permanent companion and die for you.
Oh boy. Is Mongo downstairs or still upstairs?
He's right next to you.
Yep, just finding the picture at this down.
And
As far as I understand, the four of us are right in front of the picture right
yeah, where it has almost like a peacock type of head, its beak comes out and it's slightly curved to like a predatory hook. And you can see like these two long feathers come up and twirl around, and there's like some sort of like glow his father tried to capture, but he couldn't. And it's like almost like looking at an oil slick with stars splattered across its feathers.
now. That's cool.
From what I've been told by druids in our travels, because I like to ask them about their favorite creatures and plants in their adventures, because I'd always like
Seems
to
like
see
something
them.
druids would.
What was your question?
This creature is called
Is
an
everybody in their
Abyssian
normal size or in
phoenix.
this house size?
Normal size.
Okay.
Instead of representing the sun like most phoenix do, Abyssian phoenix, they represent the lunar cycles and the moon. Basically the stars themselves, as you can see the star pattern. From what I've been told by druids is that Abyssian phoenixes will permanently bond to their person and will even die for them.
Apparently he did.
Your dad's familiar?
Noodle told me that he's, or she is, no longer around. Permanently gone.
Very, very rare and extremely exotic type of creature. More rare than an actual phoenix.
Looks like there's supposed to be a glow there. On the painting.
Yeah. Just kind of look at it.
Yeah, as you get closer to the painting where Nikolai is, each of you guys can get closer if you want. You get closer, and there's a certain essence that his father captured. It's like it's like one of those things, like one of those hyper-realistic paintings you see, and as you step it, you can almost see like dimension to it. Like it shifts, like you can pick up like an ever so slightly holographic type of card where there's like
It's
that
almost
weird
like a follow me effect.
yeah, and it's just like you can get the actual like essence of if all these people showed up at your doorstep, you'd be like, okay, I will be on my best behavior. What do you want?
Even the two little tiny mouse folks, huh? Wow.
A commanding aura.
I will say this: Mother looks even more imposing in this painting than in the in the spectral form when I got to speak to her.
She's standing next to Holvar. You can see a bit of the size difference between them at this point.
Did I notice if they had any companions with them? At least Mother or Father did. They didn't. Okay.
And she's wearing her full like dragon armor regalia in this thing.
That leads me to want to question: how did she get?
See you at Anethos?
How'd they feel toward Kyan's mom basically wearing their kin?
It's an evil dragon. It's an evil dragon.
If it's an evil dragon, they'd be more than happy for it.
Okay.
They probably helped.
Yeah, probably.
Wasn't she? I know that you mentioned she was wearing the skull of a dragon. Was there anything that was so specific about it? Was it like a green dragon or anything like that?
You wouldn't be able to tell because you're not familiar with
Yeah.
the inner workings of a dragon.
Yeah. The player's just curious because she knows there's different types of dragons.
Yeah. So, as you guys gather yourselves, you put Osling to bed, essentially. Napping time.
I think what Cayenne is probably going to do at some point, since now they'll be able to come back here and see the painting, I think what Cayenne would probably want to do is try to make like a figurine or something of Mongo's dad's familiar.
Yeah, most definitely can. The birds are resting up there with Osling. Guess what? They got into the stash. And they're passed out too.
I am fine with that.
Oh, that's so crazy. The birds are like our size
Stoners.
Well, would they be our size? Because they'd been shrunk down. I'd
Oh,
never.
yeah,
So-
you
so
have the
they would
ability
be-
to shrink them down.
They were
Yeah.
like legitimately like
Murder
I made
chicken
them,
size?
No, they would have been about up to my knee,
Yeah, they would be.
technically.
They'd be
No,
about
so
this.
about as tall as Mongo and Scaff.
Yeah, they'd be the normal size now of everybody else, and now you're looking at those murder birds eye to eye.
Oh, that'd be
That's
so
not fucking
cool.
creepy at all.
So
I would have asked to give Blue a hug because she's been very nice.
sure, some kids, it's like hugging a fucking thorn bush with razor blades.
I know. Ow, ow, ow.
Sharp.
Probably wear chainmail when you hug them.
It's like hugging a shark.
And if Red looks like they want a hug, I'd offer as well.
Oh, Red gets instantly jealous and wants a hug.
Okay.
Like, why does that asshole get a hug? I need one too. So you gather what you need to basically things. Do you grab some of your parents' clothes to wear?
I would have at least grabbed an article of clothing, or at least some things, because I know Osling probably has not updated her wardrobe in a while.
No, she's still wearing the same stuff that she showed up with.
Cayenne would find things that Osling might or would wear, and at least have them set out in a clean area for her, so once she's all sorted when she wakes up, she can kind of help her.
Yeah.
As I guess one thing Nikolai would be doing is he would be probably penning that letter. Do you have any GM? Are you sure? Moments there that I need to be aware of?
I will let you in a moment.
Okay.
Because mainly the one thing that I think Cayenne would be looking for Osling, since she's not very social, would be like a cloak. Because from what Cayenne remembers her coming in as, she's just basically wearing more ragged, like dark, like charcoal or black, sort of just clothes.
Yeah.
Not really
Yeah.
anything hooded
Probably
or
some
anything.
leathers too.
Well, yeah.
Plenty of leather, yeah.
That was implied, like at least with any kind of straps or harness that she may be wearing.
Bad brain, go lay down.
Yeah.
So,
Behave yourself.
so for levity's sakes, you guys head out, and
Definitely
Scabbard.
or something.
Scabbard is talking all up and down about the hole in the wall in this place and how you have to use this special magical chalk to get there.
If we can't find it.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna let him keep thinking it's magic chalk.
yeah.
Just let him keep thinking he's magic.
So, investigations.
What's going on? What are we investigating?
Looking for the hole in the wall.
Oh, did you get the letter made?
That's not
I'll
too
get
bad.
back to
Okay.
you on that because that's specific. It will
Okay.
come later.
Okay, okay.
It won't be a thing you would think of now.
Okay, you got it. Yeah, because it's not the end of the day or
No.
kind of thing.
Misa got to 12.
Okay, well, Nikolai's
24.
lost.
What was that?
Hey,
Nikolai's
double
lost.
me.
It's a 1.
It's a 1?
I was
my
kind of
God.
hoping he was going to get like
We're
36.
25.
I don't know how the math would work out on that, but it's just like well, 24.
Perception real quick.
Oh, do what?
Perception real quick.
Perception.
24.
24.
I'll take it.
15.
15.
Nikolai no longer exists.
You're kind of walking along talking about this. You're probably being the skeptic of the group of like, why would there be a place in like the hole in the wall? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I'm more or less confused about this whole thing, but I'm just going along for the ride because, hell, I ain't got nothing else to do.
Yeah, and you see this off-green goblin, and they have like a rat catcher's cage, and they're slowly walking towards Mongo. Mongo's not Mongo, but Nikolai. He's not paying attention. He's like walking backwards, talking to the family, and you guys spot what's about to happen.
How close are they to me? Because I kind of want to kick at them.
I would say they're within 30 feet, so you can easily get close enough and kick at them.
I'm gonna get behind them to breathe down their neck.
Okay, intimidation.
I was just gonna talk to him.
Like, I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Yeah, that
That's a nice
intimidation was
cage
shit at
there.
a 2.
A 2?
What do you have that for?
The goblin is like, food. Food, rat.
Nikolai is not food. He
What?
is our
I
brother.
wouldn't try eating him. I cover his ears like he's very sensitive about.
Let's go.
And you look over and Cayenne is just like, just trying to find the right pose to seem intimidating. She goes to pin her ears back, one pin's back, the other one is straight up. It's like,
I'll try to lead him
Now
away
she's looking
from
derpy.
everybody.
Instead of intimidating, she's derpy looking.
It's like broken, so confused.
The ears are broken. The ears are just flapping.
They
like a
were
broken
pinned back
saddle.
so much from that one conversation with the beholder that they just kind of went a little haywire.
Or she's
Just
she's still a little
Like this. Just like this. All
a
you
little
see is
inebriated
just
still,
rapid
probably.
movements like, wait, what?
Like one going
oh,
one way, one
ear
going the
code.
other way.
Morse, it's like Morse code.
Ear fluttering. They think they're wings.
Careful,
God,
wild
you've had
magic
too
can
much
make
Red
them
Bull.
wings.
Please.
Oh my god, you're just
No.
your entire body weight is lifted by your head and your neck.
Am I able to understand what's going on now?
Yeah.
I'll start to lead the goblin away.
Fire? No, not food.
No, just don't mind him. Just stop
Oh
it.
yeah, and now there's wounds all
Look,
over my
there's
body.
this fabulous
There's
place.
glowing wounds all over me.
Another goblin opened it up.
The
I didn't get the name of it, but he
Clockwork
sells these
Salt-
meat
Salt-
tubes on these pretzel buns. They're fucking delicious.
The goblin kind of looks at you and they're gonna try and be pitiful. Oh, that's very pitiful. That's an actual 20. They take out their pockets and there's no coins and there's some dust on it.
You spare one coin for him.
I have to eat.
I'll give him a
I'm-
silver.
I'm pretty sure that
No,
I've got
nope.
some veggies and
I
fruits
know
left.
what I'll do.
Like legit, I'm pretty sure that I have some veggies and fruits left in
Yeah.
literally pockets of holding on my vest.
As he goes to turn his pockets out,
I'm
I'll slip a silver coin and make it look like it fell out.
Do a sleight of hand.
I'm going to, since I was terrible at intimidating them, and I'm sure I was close enough to see what just happened, I'm going to be giving them at least a decent share of what veggies
15.
and fruits I had left.
15? And they don't pay much attention and they don't catch the coin falling out. Because it's almost the opposite. Not quite, almost. And as you're giving them food, they put it in the basket that they're using to catch the rats in, and they start tearing up instantly. And they look like the most pitiful goblin you can ever imagine.
No. Don't do that.
And the goblin's like, "Yes, we'll feed my 4 children for weeks."
Oh no.
Yeah, I'll make sure to mage paw the coin where it's like, "Look, when you emptied your pockets, you dropped this. Okay, just
I'm trying not to laugh so hard it's causing tears. Fuck.
I will say this. If you're ever in the lower lands, go to the Druid Circle and speak to Junipera at the farmhouse. Tell them Cayenne sent you and ask them if they have any spare fruits or vegetables they'd be willing to allow you to have.
The goblin comes over, and just like other goblins, they just hug your leg.
I'll bend down to
Try to hug.
try
It's
to
awkward
hug
as
them.
hell because of the angle.
Yeah.
And they pick up the coin and they look at it and they're like, I didn't have coin. You gave this to me.
no, it fell out of your pocket.
Don't lie to a sad goblin.
Oh.
It's bad luck.
You wouldn't give yourself bad luck now, would you?
Yeah, I'm an idiot. So, all right, what is that? A charisma check? Deception?
Oh, disadvantage because you're pitiful towards this
Maybe.
goblin.
persuasion, right?
It's a charisma for Mungo.
Well, the same thing twice. 17.
17, you're just trying to be very charismatic. How? Bill Murray this motherfucker.
bullshit, no joke.
Also, I would have shared like directions on and what Junipero looked like.
It's easy for you to get a piece of parchment and just draw a rough map.
Simplified.
Yeah.
A very rudimentary map.
Yes.
Keep going that way until you find
You
it.
probably ask Scav, like, hey, is this good enough for a goblin?
I would be asking anyone in this group who is more versed with speaking with goblins and having dealings with goblins if this makes sense to me.
I'm still a little miffed, but I understand.
So the goblin's like, Mishi don't like when people lie to gobbles.
I was trying to come.
If you want, you
No,
can
wait,
roll a religion there, Scav.
What'd you say the name was?
Mishi.
Mishi? What would I know with the 24? Why am I rolling so fine today?
Because you're stealing all of everybody else's luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when I try to intimidate and on nature.
And you fail.
Watch, the one time I need to roll where it matters most, it's gonna be like a 1. That's how it always works, man.
You hear the name that the goblin says, and it instantly strikes something with you that you've heard from like some of the studies of what common deities that you would have to be familiar with. Mishi is the goblin god, and because goblins are so spited on by most people, that Mishi has a vengeful tick against people that look down on goblins or shun them or make them feel ashamed.
Mishi. How do I spell that?
Sound it out, bud.
I think that's
Might
correct.
also be pronounced as T.
You'll have to send it the correct way to me.
So yeah, that's information that you can relate to the rest of the group.
Ah, Mishi. That's the goblin god, yes?
The goblin looks over. The big ears flapping a little bit.
God or goddess?
God.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't do anything bad to the devout of Mishi. That's a lot of bad luck.
No, I wouldn't do
That's
It
a
was-
lot.
Look, it could have been. How the fuck do you pronounce that guy's name? Teak? Tiki?
Taiki?
Who are we talking about?
The god of good luck.
It's Mishi.
I literally looked it up.
It's
It's spelled Tyche.
Yeah.
Taishi.
Huh.
Play.
Oh, Taishi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Taishi is
Okay.
a god of
We're all
luck.
like, what the fuck you talking about?
Well,
He was
we're
just
not-
bullshitting
Well,
to
Yeah.
convince the goblin that he wasn't.
you,
You see the goblin, one eye goes a bit bigger when like diluted and the other one shrinks down as their brain just kind of disconnects for a moment.
Look, it's possible that, the god of good luck, however you pronounce their name, just looked down, saw that you were in need.
Is he bullshitting?
Oh, so hard. And decided, you know what, you deserved an extra bit.
They just kind of look very confused, kind of trying to like reboot their simple little like processor.
Is
The-
he bullshitting?
I'm getting the
It's
most
obvious.
sideways glance from Scavard.
And the goblin just hugs you and takes the coin and the basket of food and wanders off, singing the praise of Mongo to Mishi and excited to feed their kids.
Just giving like the most like sideways like glance, like half a glare and half of like you're like on the edge.
What?
You shouldn't play with the gods.
Okay, one, all the gods are mysterious, and nobody knows exactly how they work. And two, maybe that's just how that particular god works. Just kind of did something in the back of my mind, said, you know what? Give him a little extra. Tell me I'm wrong.
So, you guys carry on, and you eventually find an alleyway, and you see a pointy hat, a wizard, They stop and they look at the wall, and they're very. It's like that very peculiarly. She looks it up and down, and she just kind of steps right into the wall and disappears.
What was that, 93 quarters?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it's like, is there a train platform here?
Only if your ass is open for business.
Did you see that?
I did. Do I know that's a spell, or is that what we're looking for?
You don't know. You might want to go look into it.
Yep, heading over.
Investigate.
Yeah, you guys head over, and you see a chalk door there, and yeah,
What are we doing here?
Is that the chalk piece? Told you. But since there's already a door here, no way. I guess we're just supposed to knock. Knock on.
and as he knocks the third time, it changes, and it becomes this beautifully elegant door that you can step
Oh,
through.
that's interesting.
Huh.
What trouble are you getting into over there?
He read a picture I had pulled up. It says she is beauty, she is grace, she can stab you in the face.
That tracks.
Well, I think this is the place.
Motion for him to go first.
Walk inside.
You guys head inside, and boy, is it an experience. You head into this area, and it's circular in nature, and the floor is just like a prismatic crystal that just seems to ripple on indefinitely. And you see these long hallways going in every direction, and you can see that there's an upper balcony, and there's these curtains like coming down behind the actual thing, and there's the entire table at the front in the middle of this room is made of one giant piece of crystal of some sort. And you look up, and there's all these crystals floating around above in a formation. Beautiful crystals, way more than you can imagine in cost. Super rare crystals, crystals that are even infused with arcane magic that you can't even identify.
Fuck.
And you see these things coming back and forth, these automatons going up and down the alleyway, or the various shelving ways. And you see that wizard there, and they're talking to a tiefling. And the other tiefling looks past, and she looks like she's pure black ink. But her robes are almost like a pearlescent white, contrasting with her. And she's got like an aura floating around her. Her crown is fully formed. She looks past the other tiefling and takes a few steps off to the side, and she is like, "Ah, new patrons within my domain. Welcome to the Hole in the Wall. How can we be of service to you?"
I was told this place was a really good place to go.
And she looks past again, not at any of you. She's like, "Come now, Feisty, you don't have to hide. I know exactly who you are." And Feisty comes out of invisibility looking like she's embarrassed, like, "What the fuck?"
That would have been even more hilarious if she said that out loud.
She's like, "How can I help each of you?"
My brother was talking about this place nonstop.
Yes.
It brought
yes,
us
he's
here.
very
Fantastic
excited.
place. What you got?
And she just smiles, and you see those very sharp, pointed tiefling teeth. And she's like, "What don't we got? We have lots of wonderful things here, exotic things. Things probably well out of your price range, and I've done business with your wonderful parents many, many times."
Would you happen to be Lady Corin?
I am the only.
Pleasure to finally meet you.
Good to meet you as well, Scabbard. You have a legend to live up to,
Man,
as each of you have a legend to live up to. I cherished your parents,
Okay, that's good.
and you better not disappoint me. because I am in their place if you are disappointing me.
My mother did tell me that her and father are proud of the path that I'm taking currently. So I hope that's at least something.
It counts.
And we all did finish a previous job our parents were working on. We actually restored the horn of a lovely centaur by the name of Alufa.
I've done business with her parents.
We were able to restore her horn and make her complete again after basically being asleep for over 100 years.
And she just smiles a little bit at this, and as you're standing there, you hear some fluttering, and you see books go overhead, going to a different shelf, that reorganizing themselves.
Makes sense. Might freak some people out.
Please, look around. We have plenty of things for druids, bards, wizards, barbarians, fighters, tinkerers.
And where are these things?
That's for you to find if the fates deem that you should find it. It's not my idea to point you in a direction of something and pressure you into buying it. It is up to you to find it and decide if you want to purchase it.
Lady Corin, I must ask, are there any areas of this place that we should not venture into, or you would advise against?
They're well marked.
Thank you.
I was told that this would be the best place to go for finding something for my companion here, Feisty, that would allow her to be more protected but still be able to keep herself hidden. Where would I find something like that around here?
And she looks over at Feisty and she's like, looks back to you. What is your price range? And she just smiles at this.
Honestly, I don't know. Look over at Mongo.
And you just probably felt your wallet quiver a little bit in fear.
We haven't been to the bank in a while. And
So how
someone
much
spent
do
a
we
lot
get
of
paid
money
from
on
the
alcohol
beholder
last
for
night.
You did too?
dropping off the demon in the box?
All of us did.
Yep, I'll get you that total. It hasn't been processed yet.
Okay,
It takes a couple of days. 5 to 7 business days.
fair enough.
This-
Great, we have a big ass conversation with the beholder, and she tells you, "Oh, don't worry, check some around."
So, if you guys want, do investigations.
First, I'm going to remind Noodle to not pick up any stones and keep them.
Noodle looks
Anything
offended.
tiny?
And you guys hear for the first time Noodle's very, almost insulted, regal voice. I wouldn't endeavor do that in Corin's home.
I'm
Talk.
assuming that comprehend languages is still probably up.
All of you hear that.
Well, you talk, Noodle.
Since when did he talk?
Corin's like, all creatures have a voice here if they choose to use it.
Huh.
And
Hello, comrade Ace.
Ace is like, sup.
Oh!
That's so nice.
Dude!
So nice.
Oh god, I don't need. Oh. If all
Awesome, buddy!
I'm sure that Yeah, the mushrooms would be in their biome. I would not let them
They're
out
back
freely.
with Osling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because Osling wouldn't have wanted to come.
Ace just is like, sup.
Alright. So now that we can talk, well, you got any thoughts you need to share with me, buddy? Since I always have to guess what's going on?
Which I have to ask, which of the birds got more of the herb?
Let me roll a die real quick on that.
Because whichever one was not gone for would have came with me. I would have left the other in the room.
Equal.
Equal.
They're both gone.
They're both
I'd bring Blue with me. I'd help her sober up and bring her with me.
She's the most friendly of the two.
She's the most friendly and she loves cool places.
Boo is like the happy, lovey drunk stoner, whereas Red's the more angry drunk stoner.
One listens to the Carpenters, the other one listens to Marilyn Manson.
Like, you
Or
just
no.
gotta chill. Nah, man, I just
No,
want to
better than
rage.
that.
I just want to break some shit.
Megadeth, or Fleetwood Mac.
There you go.
No, Willie
Red
Nelson.
or blue?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Willie Nelson versus Johnny Cash. Which one do you want?
That's a tough call.
So, Boo is nice and nuzzled up. You probably shrunk him down a little bit so they could fit in a pouch, and they're just snoozing.
Probably about knee high.
Yeah.
At least let her stay a decent size, not a teeny tiny thing.
So you guys may do investigations. You have that large piece of obsidian.
That's one of the things.
That you're obsessed about.
By the way, that was a natural 20.
To look around.
Yep.
Scabbard,
Let's see what I
you look around and Scabbard's already wandered off in some direction. And Feisty just kind of goes over and finds this really nice like waiting area, and flops down on one of the couches and just.
I'm gonna go over to Feisty because I have not given her one yet this morning. I'm going to give her a really big hug.
You give her a big hug, and she just instantly hugs you back.
I want to make it a routine for Cayenne to give her a hug every single morning.
All right.
I definitely would have made sure to train her to be careful with her little spiky tentacles.
I don't even care.
She's
if
accidentally killed someone before with them.
How do you know that was on purpose, bud?
I like if she hugs me and she just so happens to like scratch me, or even like puncture me with one of those tendrils. I'm not even going to care. I don't care. Do what you want, Feisty. Just don't kill me. That's
So
all
you
I ask.
wander around, Scav, and you're wandering down these halls, and they just go on. You're just seeing behind these glass cases all these different magical items and trinkets and things. You're just like, holy shit.
I don't think I'd ever be able to afford, like, even the tiniest of, like, the really nice looking stuff.
And you get to the very end of the hall, and you find this like area and you see the sign. It switches languages to your most common language that you would prefer to speak in, and it's essentially a area of warriors. And at the very center of this area, you approach this armor stand that's behind like a display case, and you're just like, holy shit. It's full mithril plate mail that is layered with the scales of a solar dragon.
Okay.
That is
That's
well beyond
insane.
my budget.
I heard her choke over here.
Thank you. Generally, actually, not being sarcastic, not being a dick. I appreciate you saying that. I was gonna check the budget and it's like, yeah, probably not.
Holy shit. Did you read up on the Solar Dragon?
Nope.
Don't even get into it, you're right here.
Holy
And you're just looking at it, and you can see that there's like the plate armor, the scale armor over it, the chainmail underneath it, which you can tell is like ultra fine elven mithril. And then under that, you can see this beautiful, elegant manticore leather.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Look around for something a little bit less intense.
You're like, I'm not even going to look at the price tag.
It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, it doesn't, because
I'm
there's
gonna
no
look
way you're
around.
going
Do
to
I
obtain
see
that.
Lady Corn or someone
No.
or anyone?
There, you have to go all the way back to the front.
Somebody wealthy enough to just buy that.
Okay. Well, let's start with something simple. Something that would help.
Like,
Something that would
Elon
help
Musk would
Feisty
say, "That's
be
too
more
much."
protected and allow her to use her invisibility.
You do find something eventually with your natural 20, and it's almost like a vest type of armor that's made of mithril chain. But you're like, oh, that price.
What's the damage?
650 platinum.
No.
I heard a choke over there.
Wow.
That's What's our budget?
Oh,
That.
not that.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely not that.
I know, as you look at it and you go head towards the front to probably talk to Mongo about the budget, you stop and you see something that catches your interest instantly.
Sweet kitty.
And,
I switch it.
And it's a crossbow gun but it's been modified as a Tinker's one to basically fire off full-size magical fireworks.
That sounds like fun.
We're talking practically mortar size.
I like this.
What's the price tag on that? Oh,
350 platinum.
Oh, it's still kind of high. Okay. Let's continue on, but I'm taking note of that.
Do you look around for something?
I did. With a 17.
Oh my god, she just like almost face planted.
That would have been tragic and hilarious at the same time.
You wander around and you eventually find an area that's for like druids and rangers and things like that. And you see a case and you look inside of it. And you see a pouch, and next to it is a description of what the pouch is. And it is a bottomless pouch. And basically, the description, what it reads is, when you're in depending what plane you're in, once a month you'll get 10 random seeds of plants from that plane.
Oh, that's cool.
That's pretty cool.
That's actually really cool.
Tom's like, fuck.
No, I'm thinking that's fucking awesome. Like once a month, you just get 10 fucking seeds of.
I can only imagine that this is definitely on the pricey side, because that pouch of wooden figures I know would fetch a big price based off of its
You
rarity.
don't want hugs.
You're like, fuck.
I was like, oh my god.
You're like, that's amazing.
Yeah, I think it's
Might as well
amazing,
look
and
at the price.
I'm gonna peek at the price.
95 platinum.
So that's not too bad. That's still
Yeah.
that's
Ow.
still more than the budget allows, at
But
least.
imagine the weird stuff you could create with
We
your
got about
mushrooms
10
in that.
And as you look around a little bit more, you see another item that catches your interest, and it's floating inside a glass case. And it's a staff, and you look at the description on it, and it's a staff of the elemental.
Oh,
And
Jesus.
it was owned by an archdruid that actually had mastered elementals underneath their power, and they could summon elementals. The lower that their hit points were, or their health was, the closer they were to death, the more powerful the elemental they could summon.
Oh, that's cool. That's totally cool.
Very, very, very scared, but going to look at the price anyway.
1,000 platinum
Nope.
pieces.
No. But Cayenne is definitely going to consider jobs that will get her platinum quicker.
You're like, we need funds now.
Yeah.
Hunters Guild, man. It's the best money, probably.
If I remember correctly, Gordon, the hole in the wall will
I don't know.
finance certain adventures.
We've
So-
also got to definitely stop by the bank, because if we remember, there's a certain amount that's taken out of our account to please the Raven Queen.
But there's also an amount that was put into the account.
Mm-hmm.
So-
for the demon.
Yeah, the other item that catches your interest is a full set of leather armor
Cheddar.
that has mithril plate built into it. That will actually, once per day, reduce damage by half from a single blow.
Very nice.
There you go.
I will look at the price on that, because I'm just keeping these ideas in my head.
That one is 80 platinum.
It's nice.
That's crazy that that's cheaper than the pouch for random seeds.
It's actually kind of really simple.
Actually, on my way back, do I notice any potential like weapons or something that would be like somewhat reasonable as an upgrade from what I have?
You can certainly look. Do an investigation. Do you wander off, Mungo? What was your investigation?
Modified 20?
Modify 20. You head down an area, and there's way more wizard stuff available in this place than there are other things. There's several hallways for each, class, essentially. But what stops you is you pause for a moment when you get to the large area for wizards, and you're seeing that they have some very interesting books. And one of those books is the first half Book of the Dead. They have half of the book. It's not completed, but they have half of it.
Book of Dead, like Necronomicon?
Yeah.
Oh.
By the way, that was a 2020.
Okay, I'll get to you. Keep it in mind. Don't talk over people.
And I'm straight. Make sure I don't forget.
Write it down. And you're just looking at this book.
Sticky
like,
notes,
oh,
man.
shit.
They're awesome.
And you go over and you see another shelf, and you probably get a Mongo boner. You see a shelf that's labeled 15th level spells, 14th, 12th, 11th, and it goes down to 10th and 9th level. They don't have anything lower. And you're just like, oh my god.
Oh.
Mongo's a puddle.
That's nicer than the way I was going to phrase it. So, thank you.
Were you saying
fanboy
Mongo
puddle.
made a puddle?
No. No, I was just going to say Mongo is a tripod.
But yeah, you see these, and it's just like, oh, they do not fuck around in this place.
Yeah, this isn't the stuff, the place
Yeah,
you go
gonna
for, like,
look around for something a little bit
regular
more
spells.
in my wizardy zone or artificer.
Humphrey
Alchemist.
speaks up. You're a coward to take on the big magic.
Wise enough to know not to reach beyond my limits at the moment.
That's fair.
I try one of those, more than likely going to end in fucking disaster. Might make for a good story, but I think my tale will end there.
That's right. You do a percentage point
It gets
addition.
much worse and worse and worse. So he's guaranteed to
your-
basically fail if he tries to cast one of these, and it'd be the end.
A nat 20, I might survive. Anything less, not so much.
You can look around a little bit more for things, and you're like, oh my god. I'm sure you want to at least peek at one of those scrolls.
Yeah,
Like what they do, yeah.
yeah.
Like,
And you see a set of robes that are behind the display, and you're like, ugh. Because it looks like it's a bunch of different flesh sewn together. And they're robes of a necromancer, and once per day you can summon a zombie using the robes.
that's pretty cool.
So it's like the robe of many things, but you just like peel part of the flesh off and zombie.
The robe of many skins.
I pictured you just giving a quick like flick, and once it flicks, it just takes the form of an undead.
Sir Leather Fancy's robes.
Ugh,
You got that reference?
I hate Leatherface.
See, that's not where I was going. It's like I'm just
I-
picturing whoever's wearing that just standing in the front of the robe, in front of a full mirror, going, "Would you fuck me?"
No! We're not going Buffalo Bill!
Fine. I'll take it one step further. I'll raise you. It's a Sphinx Tabaxi. And they're the extra wrinkly kind.
Oh, even better.
Aw.
Whoever wears the robes looks like the robes.
Someone said the robes of many skins sounds perfect for Oslin.
You know,
actually might
Basically,
enjoy
when
that.
you wear the robes, you are just flesh.
And patchwork.
You are stitched together flesh.
So you look around a little bit
Different
further.
shades.
And you find a few things that stand out. A +1 sword, a +2 sword.
Oh my god, Kitty, your fur.
Are you looking for anything, Nikolai?
Yeah, I got a 16.
A 16 to look around? You look around a little bit and you're just like, oh my god, everything is so amazing.
Yeah,
You're
definitely.
like, holy shit. You're like, oh no, Mongo's gonna buy everything.
Scav's gonna buy everything.
thank you.
And you find something that catches your interest instantly.
Okay.
And it's a set of multi-tools, different than the ones you have.
Okay.
And you look at the description for it,
Uh-huh.
and They're commandment multi-tools.
Commandment multi-tools. Okay.
You basically share a schematic with them, and as you rest, they will continue building the schematic.
How much?
I'm pretty sure the answer is no, bud.
2,500 platinum.
2,500 pounds. Schematic multi-tool. Okay. Definitely going to look into how to acquire these.
I want money to buy that.
So, Ace, have you seen anything that looks interesting to you, buddy?
Ace looks over and just kind of shrugs. I don't care.
What's up, bud? You sound like depressed.
Ace just looks at you. This is my normal, dude. Don't hash my marshmallow.
Okay.
Oh my god, stoner boy.
He's like, I'm just here to smash and do a servitude thing. I'm not here to get involved.
What do you mean, servitude thing?
Oh, carry me around. Do this for me. Do that for me. That seems to be about my normal day to day.
Do I not ask properly?
Sometimes, little dude, I think you're worse than the scaly one.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
And now Nikolai's turning into a stoner as he talks.
It's contagious.
Contagious stonerism?
So, eventually, you guys find yourselves back in front of the familiar tiefling, and she's looking to each of you.
Hello, Corin.
Corin's like, anything of interest?
Definitely, however, far beyond budget.
Something to work towards.
Something to aspire to.
Just like your parents.
I do have a question. I was told this is a place that would probably be able to help with this. I have in my possession a very large hunk of obsidian. And I've been looking for someone, an individual or a location that'll be able to work with it.
Everybody's probably groaning at this. Like, it's just a piece of obsidian. She's like, may I see it and identify it?
And I'll go ahead and very carefully get this thing out. Can I take time?
No, as you pull it out, she brings a hand up, and her robes dangle, and she just puts her hand out, and the blade just floats up to her and just floats on top of this giant crystal. She runs her hand along. You see all these runes instantly appear. And she gets to the end, and she turns her hand like this, and you see runes appear around it all the way, and she's like, huh. I'll give you 250 platinum for it.
Huh.
Wait a minute. What's so special about it?
Well, I was gonna see if I can have someone turn part of it into an obsidian rose, so I could give to Kippa. Why so much?
This is one of the scale wings of an obsidian dragon.
Oh.
Okay, that would make it special.
I'll also trade you the rose that you're looking for. On top of the current price.
Dumb luck
This is
done
one of those
find you a
moments
valuable
where-
piece of rock.
It's one of those moments where it feels inappropriate to say, I told you so, but I told you so.
And she's stone-faced. She looks as serious as when you first came in. It's like terrifying almost.
Alrighty then.
Okay.
I guess we need to identify stuff more frequently, even if it looks mundane. Completely.
And she just snaps her fingers and just disappears from above the table. And she's like, the money's been transferred to your bank account. Enjoy.
How much was it again?
250 platinum.
And she motions, and the other tiefling comes over and is a stark resemblance to me. And you're like, oh my god, twins. But she's more white and pinks in color. And she comes over and she leans on her on Curran's shoulder, and she's like, "What you need, sis?" And she's like, "Don't." She's like, "The older you get, the crankier you get. What do you need?" "I need a rose made of obsidian." She's like, "Oh, no problem." And she goes off and picks up a chunk of obsidian and sets it down on the table. And she brings her hands up, and you see the stone float up, and you see fragments being chipped off. And she just turns her hands a little bit, and she shapes it into this beautiful obsidian rose.
Can I study what the fuck she's doing?
You can roll arcane.
Diane's just just watching,
Like, what the fuck?
probably like, oh, that's really cool.
Oh, it's crazy. It's like she's a surgeon, but with arcane magic, with carving this.
Yeah, Cayenne's not trying to figure out what she's doing. She's just enjoying watching what's happening.
21.
21? It is some high-level fucking arcane magic, way above your pay grade.
22.
Same thing, man. You're just like, holy shit. She
I'm
can
not
use.
even about.
You're realizing she can use actual arcane energy that's in the air and use it basically as a precision scalpel.
Alrighty then.
I would love to learn how to do that.
And she just brings a small box over, sets the flower into it, and closes it and slides it over to you.
Very carefully put it away. Thank you very much.
And it's a padded box, too, to protect it.
Well, at the risk of sounding like an idiot, did look around. Is that wizard still here?
The wizard is, they've already left. Another one has come in, though.
Oh. Well, you said you know our parents. So, did our parents have any type of store credit that we've maybe perhaps inherited?
No, they didn't have store credit, but they were often selling things here.
I
Some-
was just going to ask if they owed a debt or anything.
Actually, they don't owe any debt. They always kept square and bought with coin straight away.
So you do payment plans of some sort?
Oh, no, they could afford what they were buying.
Oh. Yeah, but you said they always do. So to others, you do some type of credit?
No.
Oh, okay.
We
Okay.
don't finance things.
No finance, full payment.
Any chance we got 2,500 platinum left?
Well, I mean,
Look, you guys are always getting on me on spending too much time making stuff to help us keep us alive. I found a tool set that will, like, double that work because I can actually do other stuff while it's running my schematics.
actually, that sounds very helpful.
That's so much more than the bottomless pouch that I was reading about that would generate 10 seeds. What was it, per week or day?
Month.
Per month.
Per month, based off the plane that you're in.
Well, that's cool.
80 platinum.
That's cool.
95.
Was it 95?
They
I
have
thought that was...
the
The armor
80.
was 80, yeah.
Yeah.
Things that I'm looking for Feisty is a little bit beyond our budget, too.
We can always special order something to appease her. That's more within your budget. Basic mithril armor and such. We have people that would be willing to make exotic armor for her.
The only thing is, it's difficult finding something that I've found so far that allows her to conceal herself.
And she just smiles, and it's that smile again. You're like, oh god. She's like, hard for you, easy for me.
True. What would it cost to have something like that done?
It depends what I find and what I can commission, and I can give you the price before it's commissioned.
That's definitely something I'm interested in.
And she probably just has shit made because someone else might want it.
And so she already knows your information and how to get a hold of you. She's like, anyone else? Anything you're looking for in particular? If it might come across the door, even if it's mundane, I can still reserve it for you.
Fuck it. I pull out the house. You got a key that'll open this?
She looks over and she laughs for the first time. And it's a laugh that just cuts straight through. Like, it just...
I haven't figured it out yet.
It's like, you shouldn't laugh because it terrifies me type of laugh. And she's like, your father is very proud of that box, and he asked everyone that has seen it to never speak of how to solve it, because one day it would end up in his children's hands, and it would be up to them to solve it.
I knew it! If I ever see him, or his clone, or whoever that is, I'm gonna punch him.
Good luck with that.
Exactly what the fair lady said regarding solving that puzzle. He said only one of his wit will be able to solve it.
You got a lot to live up to there, bud.
Besides, if somebody else solved it other than you, wouldn't you feel a little bit bad about it?
No.
You'd murder him.
No, I wouldn't. It's a tool that I can use then. Otherwise, it's just a thing taking up space.
Think about once you finally get it, how happy you're going to be that you finally solved it. Somebody else solves it, you don't get that.
Don't care.
The
You don't understand.
Only thing that I
Utility.
ask, if anyone leaves anything here, whether it be a book or anything of that nature, I'm pretty sure I can find this information from the broker or in a library, in a book, but if anyone leaves, like, any kind of history books that details accounts of centaurs being sold as workhorses, I would very much like to get my hands on that.
She narrows her gaze a little bit and she's like, there's something else there.
If you'd like a private story, I can definitely explain more, but anyone who does that sort of thing is on my shit list and deserves nothing more than a beheading. Brought back to life, beheaded again, and or impaled from their back end.
She looks at you and she's like, druids come here of their own free will, and they leave things in my possession to never be sold, as they mark the price unsellable for any mortal being, even the richest of dragons or beholders. But I can allow you to view something that you will not be able to read, but you can gaze upon as a piece of history to walk with you. And I will keep my eyes out for said book. Or books. And she's like, would you like me to present it to you?
Yes, please, if you don't mind.
And she just almost does like this card trick. You try to follow it, and you just see like it materialize literally out of thin air. And it's held within like a piece of quartz, crystal clear. So it's perfectly reserved. And it floats towards you, and you look at it, and you can't read anything on it. It's a very much a damaged piece of parchment. And she looks over and she's like, that is a parchment. One of the few remaining pages in existence, if not the only, I have been able to track down who more, of the first archdruid before her sacrifice. This is from her book. That's your brain blowing up.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to blow my nose. I'm sorry.
The nostrils are the burn.
And she just lets you observe this.
I'll observe it quietly.
Yeah, it's almost like a spiritual thing, and from what you've heard from other druids, the first druid, the first archdruidess, essentially during the very first age, she didn't want the secrets of the druids and to prevent a war from continuing. And so she basically gathered all the druid energy into the one place, which is the wilds, the wildlands, the jungles, the infamous place where dinosaurs roam and other monsters roam. Where she basically let off a equivalent of a nuclear druid bomb
God damn.
and destroyed her and all of her people in the process and most of the island in the process. But now it's basically the equivalent of wild magic for druid there. It never stops growing, it never stops evolving. It's always there. But from what other druids observed, it never leaves the island. It's just, you step foot on this island, be prepared that you might get killed by something, you'll never know what it is. And after you look at it for a while, she just moves her hands and it just disappears.
Thank you, Lady Corn.
You're welcome.
I suppose there's one other thing that I would definitely look into commission for. Very mundane, honestly. I didn't see anything simple there, did I?
Everything is like this for, higher level adventurers, essentially.
Currently, I'm in possession of a dwarven sword, originally much larger than it currently is now. It's currently imbued with magic, but it's only a temporary option. And I'm looking for something that could be a lot more reliable, that will allow my brother to free up some of his ability to enchant things. I'm just looking for just a slight upgrade from what I currently have
Come back in a few days.
in weapon and in armor.
So, you guys kind of finish up with Lady
I was
Corn.
going to ask for one other thing.
Go ahead.
See if she's got, because I saw that you have a case of very high level spells.
Yes, crafted from the magical city.
I was wondering if you had anything a little lower.
I don't really carry things a lot lower too often, but I can ask some of the wizards that come in if they're willing to part ways with some of the lower level spells.
It would be appreciated.
Just see
I'm
this
still
giant chunk of cheese rise from the grave.
Yeah.
So she lets you know that, and you head out, and you head off to the meeting, the next meeting with basically Kippa and to meet your representatives, which should be fun.
Yeah.
And as you guys leave the hole in the wall, you've finally got to this destination of fabledness amongst, higher level wizards and adventurers and things like that. You can, table's yours as you're heading to Kippa.
Kind of feels like I've been there before. I'm really glad that hey, fuck off. Not allowed to do that.
We should probably head to the bank at some point, and I still need to go get Osling.
Oh, for the meeting? Yeah.
Yep.
Actually, if you approach, if you get there, you can have someone sent for her.
Okay.
And, yeah, we can go ahead and just do that so that you don't have to go all the way back and back and back.
I'm really glad I held on to the obsidian.
I can't believe that was a real thing.
He's never gonna fucking let that go.
I had a hunch, okay?
How?
It's just a big ass thing of obsidian, but it just seems way too big. I felt like it could be something, and I felt like it could be turned into something. Clearly, it was way more than what I thought it was. But now we know.
I guess we'll have to listen to his bizarre intuitions every once in a while.
It's
No
literally,
pleasure.
it was just a hunch.
So
Or
you,
just identify everything he picks up.
so you eventually get
Everything.
Speaking of
Picks
which,
up a
I have a
lot.
shield I would love for one of you to identify.
Okay.
But that can wait for
Once
another
we get
time.
back.
So you get to the court. You check in with the people there, and eventually your Kippa comes out, and she approaches you, and she's like, "Here to play royal games?"
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
Oh, right. And we'll walk over and give her a box.
She takes the box very cautiously, raises an eyebrow, and she's like, "Okay, you're all a bunch of pranksters, including you, Cayenne."
It's not a prank.
It's not a prank. It's something I wanted to get for you.
Oh my god.
Wow,
She
she
just-
does not trust us.
She-
With good fucking reason, I would say.
She's
Cayenne's the least pranking of the entire group.
More shanking than pranking.
wow.
Exactly.
That just sounds like it should be on a shirt. Less cranky, more shanky.
I mean, I
Yeah,
mean.
yeah. And she opens it very cautiously. She looks at it, and she's like, "Oh, I'm not going to take this out here because we're standing in, well, a giant hall, and I don't want to drop it." So she closes, and she comes over and hugs you.
Okay.
And she heads down a hallway. It's a lot of walking. You're like, oh my god. And you get to another room and head inside, and there's a round table there, and there's a few people and their assistants in there. They're talking amongst each other about various business things and other things. And Kippa just heads in, and she walks up to the table, and she just puts her hand on the table and taps it. It's very soft, gentle tapping she does. And they all kind of look over, and they're like, and they all kind of quiet down, the various people.
Cleared out by cheese.
And
He does that.
she looks over at you, Nikolai, please. And she points over to the gnome that's there. And yeah, and she's actually a rather well-dressed gnome, cleaner than most gnomes that you've seen. You're used to the higher-up gnomes being more formal.
Yeah.
And you can see that she's got a little bit of gray forming and
Okay.
stuff. And she's like, "This is Lady Prairie. She is your assistant."
What was the name?
Prairie.
Prairie?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She looks to you. Please, over there. And his name is Amber. He's for your house. And you look over, and you see that there is this satyr standing there. And he kind of moves from one foot to another foot. And he's very lightly dressed, almost like a female belly dancer, essentially. But it's very formal and beautiful. And the fur that you see is like this deep, rich black, and he has like these straight horns instead of curved. And he bows ever so gently in your direction as you head over there.
Bow back to him.
And he looks at you, come over to him, and he's like, "Good to meet you."
It's good to meet you too.
Does he enjoy
And
Probably entertaining them more so.
she looks to you, and Mongo, over on the other side of the table, you see this. Agnes is over there, and it's a furball.
I thought it was coin.
Yeah.
Coin is currently out at the moment.
That also makes me wonder about the representative for me in Osling. Is the centaur out? Or did it get or did the centaur change their mind at the last minute?
They're currently out as well.
Okay.
And yeah, the Furbolg is a wizard, and as you go over, they're like, Coin stepped out. I'm their assistant. I'm taking her place today.
Oh.
And Amber looks at your face of concern. Likewise.
I understand. We were told told differently, so I was expecting a centaur, but it is absolutely lovely to meet you, Amber.
You as well. Druid, correct?
Yes.
I'm of the witch variety.
Nice. You probably, if any of y'all are anywhere close to me, y'all probably see a big grin on my face. Y'all couldn't hear anything exchanged probably, but just the biggest grin on Cayenne's face right now.
And the Furbolg is just really friendly. They're a wizard, and they have their hat off on the table, and their book and their wand there as well. And yeah, they just kind of look at you and they're like, may I assist you?
If I knew what was going on, I might say yes.
They just looked at you. They're looking down at you. I don't mean to be rude, Melting, but you're rather vertically challenged. I could assist you in being at table level.
I'm jumping on the damn table.
Roll a dexterity.
Hey, at least they were nice about it. Versus like, oh, look, a shrimp.
Acrobatics?
Yeah,
18.
18. So, Kippa's there, and you jump up and you grab on, and you see his little paws holding on, and he climbs up, and he's just like, he drags himself onto the table, and he flops over on the table, and he's laying on his back. Everyone in the room is staring at him as he's laying there.
Really?
Really?
And the Furbolg's like, oh.
Very inappropriate there, brother.
I mean, you could have just asked me or Ace or Cayenne or probably your regent there.
Did I ever give you your family's last name?
I don't think you have, no.
Okay.
I only know of them as Seagate and Ithos of Essacrest. That's the only
So
thing I
that
ever
would be
got.
no. You don't have.
He's got to do a story with every answer.
So,
At least you didn't yes and no it.
Yeah.
I'm very detailed. Have you seen my notes? It's paragraphs.
So Kippa is like, okay, well, there are some ground things to cover and to handle. First of all, we need to get through the formalities of the paperwork that you need to sign and agree to. And then we need to get down to larger matters regarding the families and their relations to each other and what they actually own and deal with. And she's about to continue when Coin and the Centaur come in, and they're just like, they're talking back and forth really boisterous and loud, and Coin's like, oh, shit. Right, we've arrived. And Kippa looks over and she's like,
Hello, Coin.
now. And Coin just kind of like, and the Centaur's like, right.
Oh, what was the Furbolg name?
Agnes.
Agnes?
Instead of Angus, it's Agnes.
Oh, the irony if it was a Minotaur.
So the Centaur walks over, and they're wearing nice robes, and they're like, and Amber's just like, I told you not to get involved with that one in drinking.
So I have to ask, because I know that you said pony-sized. What size pony are we talking?
She's like a little miniature pony.
Kind of.
So an actual pony keg.
And
Kind of thinking of Lufa size at that point, actually.
and she's adorable, and she climbs up on like a little platform, and she's basically at the point where she's looking eye to eye with Coin whenever
Is
they're
she?
talking.
Is she just as fluffy as Coin because she's a pony?
Not quite as fluffy,
But
but
fluffy?
yeah. And she's like,
Fluffy cow.
she looks at you. Name's Brett. I'm sorry to offend you.
You said Brett or Bright?
Brett.
Brett.
Okay.
I'm sorry to offend your house name and my appearance and performance.
Yeah, I'm still learning cultures and customs of being a centaur and learning what my family is. So you're fine. You're fine.
And from across the table, right next to Mungo, you hear Coin. She leans over the table. You shouldn't be ashamed because you're a centaur. But you can't be a natural asshole because that's reserved for minotaurs.
Especially ones named Steak.
And Kippa's just kind of like, okay, well, we are technically waiting for one more, but they won't be here for a while. So we will continue on. We have to discuss the matter of business regarding things, and she looks over at you, Nikolai.
Yeah.
I see that look on your face.
I want to know what she knows. I'm sure she knows more about my family than I do. At this point.
The gnome's like, I know quite a bit, and there's been a lot of documents to fish through.
Okay.
We can have a private meeting and discuss things.
Okay.
Kippa's like, Scabbard, you can come to the table and stand next to me.
I assume I was already there this whole time.
No, I assumed that Scabbard standing there going like, what do I do?
No, I would have been there the whole time by her side.
We go over to Prairie and look over to Ace. Ace, will you please pick me up?
Ace just picks you up and sits you on the table.
Thank you.
Take my place by her side.
So, being married to Scabbard, I've had a lot of things put onto my plate. The council already knows this, and as do their assistants. I enjoy it.
To run.
You won't get far, little man.
I'm talking about you, Kippa.
Oh, I'm okay.
Oh, okay.
So, there's a lot of heavy information to digest. There are people to bring in drinks and things and food because we're going to be here a while.
Understandable.
So, we'll get down to the very basic part of this whole discussion. Scabbard, you've never told me your family's last name. Would you like to fill in the blank, or do I?
Truthfully, I have no idea what their last name is.
Second question, do you know of the structure of royalty?
Very little. I am still learning.
She looks around at everybody and it's
You're
like,
the asshole on top, buddy.
Huh?
You're the asshole on top, buddy.
actually, I'm the one on top. He's second.
Here's the thing. I know very.
Somebody
I know remarkably little about my own family. Every
So-
little bit that I have learned.
She goes over and puts her hand on your muzzle, closing it.
Okay.
Adults
Okay, I
are
guess she
speaking.
is.
Oh!
And she's like, and she's like, I heard about the chalky milk incident.
She was there.
It seems people really don't like me at all.
You're a gemstone kobold. I had to learn that people don't like you, and I had to deal with people berating me about it. So, he's Scabbard. We know that much. His last name is Pearlstone.
Pearlstone.
And
Pearlstone, huh?
since I was the first one to basically come here, take the reins of everything, I am considered the first. He is considered the second.
Aha! That makes sense.
That makes sense.
So you're
And
King Regent then, right?
he's not a king. There's a certain architecture of royalty that you have to understand. There is something above a king that even a king has to answer to and a queen has to answer to. She looks around the table. Queen Cayenne, King Mungo, King Nikolai.
What?
Each of you have your own kingships or queenships to deal with your own set of things. And Osling comes walking in and she's like, and Kippa just, And Osling's like, I should leave. And someone comes walking in behind him like, you're gonna go stand over there. And it's Alufa. And she closes the door behind her.
My apologies, Kippa. Osling was not feeling well. She needed rest.
And Alufa stands off to the side. And she's just standing very prim and proper, and she's standing as beautifully as she always does.
I would have at least given a wave toward Alufa while speaking to Kippa.
And Kippa gets back to her place, and Osling joins you. And she's like, there's so many people.
All we have to do is
Kippa's like,
answer questions.
I'm going to continue. So, with that set in stone in the documentation you will have to sign of taking up those positions, that you will have to have people in your place to basically deal with the day-to-day while you're out doing other things. Osling's like, fuck. So, in fact, after your mother and father went through with doing all this work and setting up their entire kingdom, they ascended to the realm of Emperor and Empress, in which kings and queens answer to.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay, I am very confused.
Aren't those the guys that usually like conquer lands and stuff like that?
And she's about to say something, and then another person walks in, and it's a big, giant, burly kobold, and he's like, oh shit.
Oh, so I'm here.
He's like, he closes the door, and Alufa looks over and says, and Kippa's like, the next person that comes through that door, I'm going to have stabbed.
I'll volunteer for that.
So, I'm sure there's questions at hand, and yes, there were things churning as you guys were gone, as your parents were gone from them. Unfortunately, things have kind of dwindled into a state of chaos and infighting about who would take over and the likelihood of this, and we've managed to rein things back in, although bridges have been burnt and they're being renewed. It's costing a significant amount to actually renew those bridges and get things back to where they were. And lots of words. Coin's like, my specialty. So, I'm currently working with the council to renew those bridges and form a further council and staff for each of the members here so that we can regain your full benefit. Up until that point of regaining your full benefit, you're not permitted to access your parents' wealth, as it's being redirected currently and used to rekindle things that have fallen wayside in their absence.
Very understandable.
Although the news has spread that royalty is back and a few people want to challenge that,
Come on, cat.
kill it. Just turn it off.
Mute it.
I'm trying to.
Turn the volume This
Mute button.
and this. Holy shit,
Yeah.
that didn't mute it? What is
So-
wrong with your keyboard?
The cat stepped on everything.
Just press the power button on the top.
Like nothing's working.
What did he break?
Use your mouse and mute the stream.
I'm trying to.
Just snap it in half, like just bane the thing.
Cat. How did he do that?
I don't know, but that's anger inducing.
Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, Sparta is a gremlin.
So-
cat happens. We
And
all
back
know
to
this.
what was being
Cat
discussed.
Yeah, cat
So-
happens.
She's like, and those that have challenged, I have inquired into the people. She looks over at you. The fighters of the group that can actually deal with the challenges that are arising of the physical kind. I've reached out to the mages schools for anything that is of the magical kind. We have quite a few challengers on the docket, and we're trying to put them down as quickly as possible to assure your king and queenships.
Would it be better if we just go to our places and get shit under control?
Right now, it is very hostile, and it is not advised for you to go there. Here, you have absolute safety. There, we don't know what your safety is. With the enemies of also the Obscura that we are now dealing with as well, we don't know what kind of pull they have in those areas, and we're trying to find out. We are utilizing the broker, which is eating up a significant of resources and coin to help deal with that. We're using as many contacts as we can put together to basically call in favors to sort this out.
Do have some names and organizations.
We have quite a few as well. Some that are too big for you guys to currently handle. You don't understand the actual gravity of this situation that Scavard once ruled, his father, Sigurd, once ruled a humble small kingdom. Once the rest of the family started coming into play, they took it upon themselves to adventure, grow in power, and create their own continent and provide for people that came to the continent and protect them.
Is everything in one place? Okay. So this new continent's like attached to Essencrest?
No, it's actually in its own location. It's quite far from Essencrest.
Okay.
No, wait. Scavard's hometown is connected to the continent.
Okay.
I was thinking of this place where you guys
Okay.
currently are.
Okay.
Yeah, so they basically created their own content, pulling it out of the ocean.
Mm-hmm. And it does have a name. That was given to us.
Okay.
Poor Scavard's over there like, my brain hurts.
Oh. Alrighty.
Well, we're not the only ones at the moment, but we don't know where. There's two of us that are children from the Obscura that are not currently here.
There's immediately talking amongst all the other people. And
Well, one of them's here.
Yeah, one of them, my sister Sunny, she's in town. She's just, I haven't talked to her yet.
Didn't she
Kippa-
say like they were keeping her, like they were trying to steal her?
Keeping her like hostage or something.
Long story.
Kippa just kind of smiles a little bit. And that centaur next to you can feel her glow a little bit. And she's like, oh, I know some friends. And they like to murder and they can pay off guards.
As for
If you
Nikolai's
want-
sibling, we don't know where that one is.
Well, I do.
Do you have a town and a name? Because for a good amount of coin, it would come from your bank accounts. Not your adventuring bank accounts, but your city accounts.
Oh.
We can have them summon here to the upper crest and proceed to give them protection.
I'm for that.
You all have to be in agreement on this. It can't just or majority rule.
I'm for that.
I'm all for that.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Honestly, anyone that has been worked with us that has been an ally
Yes.
is equally as
Okay, just for shits and giggles. The
Right.
amount that it would cost to do this wouldn't exactly. Is it a significant portion? It would damage a lot of the bridge building that you're trying to do?
No.
Okay.
Listen, you don't know the amount of reach you currently have. You've made friends, you've made allies, you've also made enemies.
There are individuals that are
We're
very
working down the list.
valuable to us.
She motions to Alufa, and Alufa just kind of stands there like, right. She walks up to the table and she's like, in response to the things that you've done for me, I've actually put my house name on the line for yours, all of you. I'm using my contacts and what I can do to help your family. I am a permanent ally of yours.
Well-
I've added a significant amount of people to my list on the behalf of your families. And I'm currently working down that list. Unfortunately, I've gotten a little bit of ire for destroying several family names.
If they deserve it, they deserve it.
Sir Mir walks forward and he's like, what the little mouse said. Personally, I would like to be there and watch their estates burn down and have some delicious meat to cook over the burning fire.
And I would love for their truths to be revealed in the most painful of ways possible.
Alufa just smiles a bit and she's like, oh, they're being revealed in the highest of courts in front of all of their allies and enemies.
So we have access in a way to our family's assets, but we can't directly just use it.
Correct, because they're currently tied up with reestablishing you.
That is
Us?
actually really good.
Also, a certain mage is also a very close ally of yours as well. Although, as you can see from the council, he's absent.
He's
Preposterously impossible to deal with, yes.
a very busy individual.
Busy is not the word I would use for it. So, Lufa, please take care of the business that was discussed. And she's like, okay. And she's like, she comes over and she gives you a hug, Cayenne.
Give her the biggest hug back.
And it's just like hugging warmth. It's just like that energy is just radiating off of her.
It's like hugging a warm sunny day.
Yeah. And she leaves the chambers and closes the door. I'm sure you have questions. You probably have questions, Scabbard.
Many, but now might not be the most appropriate time.
She looks at you baffled. There's an entire chamber that's sealed to us only, and only people that can enter can enter. This is a sacred council that is of your people. Each of these people have signed a contractual blood oath to protect your families and their secrets. The contract was actually written up by the highest of we can get of tiefling and kitsune nature to draft the contracts,
Alright.
and they are sealed in blood.
Alrighty.
So anything that is said in this room stays within this room.
Well,
They all kind of nod a little bit about this, and even the satyr that would be very aware of how dangerous these contracts has, it's probably a little reassuring that they actually even signed it.
okay. Well, I was thinking about something. I have a friend who is very connected. And she is of my kin. Not my blood, my kin.
Kippa just kind of smiles. Ah, Wrath. Yes. We sent
Hey,
in
you're
a...
not so. How you? She. Nobody heard that name.
We sent someone to speak to her. She stabbed them 16 times. And sent them back with a note in their back saying no. Now, if you're going to do this and go down this road, you're going to have to send a letter yourself that is royally signed in order her to be summoned here. How many guards will we need to have posted in front of you in between her?
None.
You could just send me with him.
That's fair enough.
If she cuts me, she cuts me. I got cure wounds. I have met the information broker before.
The only ones that will be going with me are those who choose to do so by their own free will, of no obligation implied or specified.
Coin looks over. Oh no, dear. You're sending a summons to her on a piece of paper. She'll receive it by the end of the hour, and be expected to be on her way here, whether it be magical means or traditional means.
Okay. Is there any way to just send me?
The satyr looks over. Not safely.
Why not safely?
You're a royal traveling to a city that is well known that now that you are a royal. You don't have an escort to take you there, and also it would raise a lot of eyebrows if you suddenly showed back up in town with a full escort.
Okay.
It's a very good and valid point. A little bit of,
Once you guys travel to other continents, they won't know who you are. You'll be able to use false names to travel amongst the commons. Here on this continent, people are aware of who you are, and there is a significant amount of coin paid to the information broker to keep eyes and ears quiet.
Yes, we've paid that money.
yeah.
Yes, we paid that.
That was
Coin's like, yeah, so have we. We paid the additional amount.
Oh.
There is also another individual, within a small town of Winemore, that grew up with us. While they are not blood related, they are someone that is very much family.
She's our sister.
We never forget about her.
Practically raised us. A dragonborn by the name of Alberjess.
Kippa just nods a little bit, and Sir Mier comes forward and he puts his hand on the table. He's like, it is a little bit of deceit that we've had to do in that front. Well, you're aware that she is close to you, bound to you even. If you approach her, she'll do the same, but to everyone else, they don't know who she is or of her origins. She simply grew up in the town, and that's where she's from. But if you were to contact her and speak to her, you would be basically like old friends rekindling. We've had to get a hold of some very powerful mages to weave this magic.
On her?
Yes, and the town around her. It's a consistent magic aura that she gives off at this point to protect her. It's not of an ill intent, it's a magical way of protecting her. She'll know who you are, and the people just treat her as she's always been a member of the town.
And she believes that herself.
Yes. She's very happy in that town. Don't ruin it for her.
Well, would it? Is there
Wouldn't
anybody
dream
there
of
that is just keep an eye on her?
Yes, we have a contact there that keeps a frequent eye on her.
Okay.
That's good.
That works? Okay. That works.
Kippa,
Kippa looks over.
does anyone else here know about, Ethos and, Seagans?
There's plenty of people that know the names of all your family members, royals that
No,
interact
not
with them.
that. They're speaking kobolds. They're secrets that they kept from most of, even the Obscura.
And she
knows this one.
She's like, the Obscura knew. All of them knew.
Do people here know this?
I haven't shared it with them, but you can if you want, since they are trustworthy. Whereas Scabbard's kobold is interesting. Kippa's is a little bit. You see him raise an eyebrow every once in a while when he's talking to her, because the way her kobold is it's kobold, but there's chirps and chips in it, almost like bird calls. And it throws him for a loop because he has to stop and process that within the.
Different kobold dialect.
Yeah, it's a very different kobold dialect, but they're finding the middle ground of like, okay, I can understand you and you can understand me.
Why is it that for some reason with Kippa, I thought that instead of like bird chirps, it would be more like silpup sounds in between?
Yeah,
Because
from
she's-
the frozen north.
Yeah, because the frozen north, or more like bear cub sounds in between.
It's because she's fuzzy
Yeah.
and adorable. But also remember, there's also penguins up there.
Yeah, I could hear like the little penguin.
But they make loud squawks.
I kind of imagine that it's like a New Yorker
Sound
talking to, like, New York kobold talking to Southern kobold.
Oh my god!
New Yorker kobold
New
speaking to
Yorker.
an LA kobold.
There you go. I was fixing to say New York speaking to L.A.
A
Anyone from
Jersey
Cali.
goblin speaking. Jersey.
She would be more along the lines of New York being a very cold climate, whereas Scavard being from a more like warm area. But
She'd be
yeah.
more Minnesota.
all right, I don't know if that would be. Should we share that?
She just kind of shrugs.
I mean, the family knows.
Koi nudges you, Mongo, and she's like, "Hey, Mango, how does it feel to be a king shit?"
I'll let you know once I figure it out.
Well, you better try quicker. Do you know how many times I've been called queen and I want to kill somebody for it? I can't kill anybody because I'm just a fucking advisor.
Do you need a promotion?
I'm the highest.
Already?
I'm the highest fucking advisor underneath you.
Didn't advise me on what the fuck is going on.
You're a fucking king. And she's speaking to Munchkin Tabaxi. You're a fucking king.
Not gonna lie.
Give her a promotion.
Oh,
A round circle of gold.
Not gonna lie, after I probably caught wind of I'm the highest underneath you, and you would hear Cayenne snickering from where she's sitting.
Do you actually understand
Spring.
Munchkin Tabaxi?
they're speaking Munchkin Tabaxi.
Okay, then
Yeah.
no.
I was gonna
Like,
say
if they
assume
were
she
speaking-
pick up a little bit from
If
me,
she
'cause
had
We
been
all
speaking
probably
common,
picked up a little bit of our own.
if she had been
Yeah.
speaking common at all, and Cayenne had heard that, she would be snickering so hard right
You
now.
might catch a little bit of like her tone in like a few of the words, like hi, and that would cause you to giggle a little bit because
Yeah.
you're like, oh, he has to negotiate with coin.
Okay.
in other words, Coin's going to tell me what she wants and then get it.
Exactly.
So,
I do-
Mongo's only above her in title.
Yeah, literally.
She actually knows what's going on. Mongo gets to just stand there and attempt to look purty.
I know that each of us has a lot to live up to. I already know firsthand a lot of people don't like me simply because of what I am.
Rudy?
Kippa looks around. Well, gemstone kobolds, they're a rare breed. She reaches over, pats him on the head gently. They're a rare breed, and in that sense, it's like dealing with a centaur in an uncommon place. Being a kobold, you're already looked down upon. You're nothing to care about. You're lesser than a dragonborn, a lizard folk, other things. Trying to carve that out and make your own place. Being a gemstone makes it even worse. And they carved out their position within society with ire and hatred.
Huh.
And if you don't live up to their standards, they strip you of your status and throw you wayside.
Huh.
Some gemstone kobold families, if you're not born a gemstone kobold, they will make sure that you don't live much longer.
Oh, so even gemstone kobolds don't necessarily make gemstone kobolds?
And gemstone kobolds don't have children very often.
Maybe that's why Sigurd and Ithos only had one lord. The rest of our parents had two.
As you were saying, Scabbard,
Well, one thing I know for sure is I have a lot to live up to, and one thing that I do know is that I am nothing like the pompous ones out there. I actually,
Everything like him. Sorry.
Scav?
I actually care about a lot of the people.
How many other gemstone kobolds have you met?
Not many, but
Not to be too much of an asshole, but how can you say that you're not like any of them if you've never met any of them?
is that he's got a point there.
And
just happen.
you kind of, I don't know, announced your status when we went to Lefts very proudly, like an arrogant twat.
I don't know how any of this works. I do know some of it, but not all of it.
I would assume it is common sense for a royal not to announce their royal status, no matter where they are. Doesn't matter who's with them.
I didn't even announce my status. I just announced where I'm from.
She looks over and she looks very. Kippa just raises her eyebrows and she just kind of laughs to herself. Excuse the brashness at the table and the humor. But Scabbard, when you approach the bathroom, do you enter and say, King Scabbard is here to release his bowels to everyone that is within the bathroom?
Maybe not. but
Actually-
I bet you he
There
will.
have been a couple of times when he's gotten into somebody's giggle pouch and he does start narrating himself.
I don't remember this, but then again,
I wouldn't want to remember it either.
Most that get into my giggle pouch don't remember anything
that's why I said then again.
the next morning.
Osling's like,
But I do know one thing. I definitely want to be someone that would actually help people. Be the one there to actually make a difference.
Kip is like, well, you're apparently a lot like your dad because he couldn't stay at home worth a shit. He was out there constantly making a difference, making friends, enemies, changing the world.
As a lot of the conversations going on, I'm writing.
Ilufa eventually comes back in, and Plume Tree is with her.
Hey,
And you see another wizard with Plume Tree, and they close the door behind themselves, and they have this hat that's overly large, and there's all these bobbins hanging from it. And there's a glow underneath the hat, and it's a mycelin. Not like your mushrooms, but it's an actual mycelin.
That's
And
cool.
their face is just like
You know, a myconid.
their face is like little lines, and they just have like a little line for their mouth, and their ropes are just kind of like around them,
that's fucking adorable.
and they're kind of shuffling along, and they kind of come over, and this little squeaky, friendly voice comes in. Hi,
I.
Hello.
and they just turn back around and pull out a book, and it's made of leaves, and they pick up a little caterpillar and open their pocket, and drop the caterpillar in.
Right, when we get to the part of their name, write them down on the protected NPC list, please.
And they turn and they look at Plume Tree. Plume Tree? Go. And they just kind of start casting a spell. And, and they come over to you. And, possession of summon.
Possession of summon?
To call your,
You summoning.
you summoning, Wraith.
Are you gonna just bring her here?
Who?
I think they're
I
trying
thought
to
we were
summon your
saying a note.
sister.
Oh, my sister!
And they just reach up and they're like, pardon, and rip out a whisker.
Ow!
And they come over to you. Reach out and they just grab a little bit of fur and just give it a little gentle tug and take some of it that's loose and walk off.
Ow!
Sorry, that they're.
They have like little stubs of hands that have like four little fingers that are little like marshmallows almost. And they just kind of shuffle back off.
I'm just seeing like the little mini marshmallow man, but just like the big mushroom cap and big ass pointy hat.
And they kind of get it and they put one of them in the circle. And they have the like bits of fur in one hand and they open their pocket and put it in their pocket. And they work with Plume Tree and they start making a circle and everybody's just kind of watching
I
curiously.
get my sister's ring up. And amulet up.
And within a few moments, you see the spell go off, and you just see like this portal open, and Plume Tree's like, "Oops!" And yeah, the portal doesn't open up on the ground; it opens up, and your sister comes falling out and tumbling across the ground, and she skids on her face to a stop. And you see a little bit of blood there from the impact.
Okay, I wanted
I
to.
am rushing over.
I'm going over there.
I am using lay on hands.
He is not getting there before I am.
And Sir Mir is there before any of you can react. And his hand is out, and he just catches a dagger that was aimed right at the center of her back as the portal dissipates.
Problem solved. New enemy on list.
And Sir Mir's like... And he doesn't even pay any mind that blood is just dripping from his hand from the dagger. And he just reaches up, grabs the dagger, and you can see it vibrating in his hand. And he walks over to the table and just snaps it, and you just see the magic dissipate from it instantly.
Oh, I kind of wanted to stab somebody with that.
Samir, are you
You
okay?
just break a magical weapon. What the fuck?
Dude, he's like the biggest fucking kobold you've ever seen. He's probably gotten confused for a small dragonborn.
They're
Sir
magic
Mir's
items
like,
practically
"Why?"
indestructible.
And the little Myconoid's like,
not.
oopsie.
Just out of curiosity, like, does it look like it may have been a poisonous dagger?
No, it was definitely a dagger just meant to one tap, essentially.
I really wanted to give that back to him.
I'm assuming
can in
because you
pieces.
said it was vibrating in his hand, it wasn't just a one tap. It was going to keep going until it hit its target.
And
sort
then
of thing?
return back.
A boomerang blade.
A returning dagger.
And, yeah, she kind of, like, starts brushing herself off and starts sitting up a little bit, and she looks around at everybody and goes,
Over.
she immediately gets up and starts running for the door,
Oh,
No,
wait.
Sonny, it's okay. It's okay.
and she just looks around and she pulls out a ball of lint like she's going to defend herself with it.
Move Humphrey up so that way she can see my face.
And she just goes over to you and she feels your face, squishes your cheeks, and she just breaks out crying instantly. She's like, I'm gonna die. They're going to kill me.
No,
Mongo.
they won't.
Mongo, permission to heal her.
Why are you asking my permission? It's her you're trying to fucking do something to.
Your sister.
So ask.
Are you okay, Sonny?
Sonny, this is my brother, Scav. scabbard pearl, whatever. He can try to fix the leak.
And she's just like, she looks very confused about that, and she just looks very confused in general, and everybody's just kind of looking over at her.
I'll approach, but cautiously.
Coin goes over and slaps your hand away.
Huh?
And she just kind of puts space between you and Sunny, and she's like, a few moments, please. And she
Yeah.
takes her off to a small sitting area that's within her room and starts spending some time with Sunny to talk to her a little bit. The Myconoid, and they start to work on the next one, and the Myconoid's like, don't crash the entry. And they go through the next summoning circle, and
Position myself right in front of the circle.
and then this little flying squirrel appears, and they got goggles on their head and a vest on, and they have notes in their hands, and they're just like, they take a step right out of the circle, and they kind of turn a little bit, and they bring the paper down on it.
Oh, Milla.
Is she like how tall are they?
She's the size of a little like Japanese flying squirrel.
Oh, so like a lot smaller than we were expecting.
Yeah, and she rolls the scroll up, slides it into her pocket, pulls out another parchment, sits down on the floor, pulls out an ink thing, opens it up. It appears. Cross it out. Step 1. It appears that I have appeared in a new place with absolute strangers. Step 2. Analyze the situation and formulate a plan. Step 3. Do not panic, as this could be a normal process in day-to-day operations, even though this is quite abnormal.
Is she saying this all out loud?
Yes.
What's their
Your
name?
sister's fucking great.
I will kind of sit down like she's sitting, but in front of her in the same way, just quietly waiting
Step
for it
5. Examine the cranium for any internal or external damage. Step 7. Possibly get some dwarven ale to drink off this ailment.
We've got some.
Can we
sister.
hear her say
Yes,
this?
she's narrating as she's writing.
Hello?
We've got
That's
some sister.
definitely another Nikolai.
She's like, subnote B. If this is a mental illusion or a subconscious breakdown, it is currently trying to engage with me. I will attempt to speak to it back. Are you seeing ghosts? Are you okay, Mongo?
It's very emotional right now, okay?
And she looks up and she's like, ah, a moon mouse.
Yes.
Of course my figment of imagination would create a construct of a moon mouse, as is my original psyche was that of a moon mouse. How ironic.
I understand that, sister. I'm Nikolai.
She makes a subnote 2. I might be having a psychotic breakdown and creating multiple personalities. He has to process it. Sparta. Hello. Hi. And so she just like, hello, figment of my imagination. Nikolai.
Yes.
And she looks around. My imagination is quite
Well,
creative.
I can't remember Nikolai's
Odd.
mother's name.
How very odd.
This isn't your imagination.
You remember
Would a
Nikolai's
figment of
mother's
your
name?
imagination be able to do this and just try to make like a bunch of lights for prestidigitation?
Not the first time.
And that would just feel unoriginal.
And she looks over. This very much has to be a figment of my imagination because there is no such thing as a shiny kobold such as yourself, much less a fuzzy little teddy bear. And Kip was like,
They are both
Do you-
living, breathing kobolds.
Do you remember Nikolai's mother's name? I can't. It's in my notes, but I just can't locate it.
God, that's going to take me a while to find.
Does the name Rurik mean
That's his father's
ring a
name.
bell?
I don't want to spend too much time looking for the name.
So King
Yeah.
Siga, Queen Ethos,
Ah, found it. Nika. Milo, you and I are the children of Rurik and Nika.
They just kind of raise an eyebrow.
I hand her the crest or the pendant that was made for her. And
She takes
her
it.
part of the ring.
I don't mean to sound brash, but I don't really remember parents. I do remember a sudden cold abyss of darkness and waking up in this body. And a very long process of coming to terms of, oh look, I'm different.
This is a fascinating story. Yes, I was told that a druid of some sort sacrificed their part of their life to ensure that you could come back
Can a
with your
druid
memories intact.
verify this?
I look over to the two druids I know.
Druids can sacrifice themselves to do many things.
They look over at you and they pull their goggles down and then push them back up. What is that?
Centaur.
That is a centaur.
How?
Her name is Cayenne. The other one next to her, her name is Osling. They are twin sisters.
She reaches in her vest pocket and she pulls out some sort of fruit and she walks over to you, her little feet pattering. And she holds it up to you.
I'll take it gently.
You can do nature on it.
I will do a nature on it. I thought she was about to try to feed me, because that would have been very bad. That nature is a natural 20.
Natural 20.
Yeah.
You look at this and you immediately are a little bit panicked. You're like, should I eat this? Is this a peace offering? What is this little shit probably capable of? But it is a ghost pepper, fresh. She's like, one of my favorite snacks.
Have I ever seen anything like this before?
How are your insides not liquefied from eating this?
I like to dilute it into coffee.
Oh, fuck. I'm another coffee junkie.
Coffee with ghost pepper.
I just hear your guts bubbling over there in fear.
That's death for me.
That
tried.
that makes two of us.
And as you start to talk to her a little bit, and she sits down and she's like starting to digest this. Your sister comes walking over and she's like, "You do know that I'm going to die now. Essentially a death threat. Or well, that orc is going to make sure I die."
He's got to go through all of us.
Sir Mirror stands up.
The well-dressed one?
Yeah.
Samia, can I ask a favor?
Sir Mirror's like, looks over at you, Scabbard, and also Kippa.
There. I have no problems with this. They
Sir
are
Mirror's like-
family, and honestly, by extension, whatever they need.
And you need what?
That orc.
How many pieces?
Oh god, that's a good question.
Oh, how about I surprise you?
Well, I mean,
Perhaps
Considering what all's
As-
going on, I suppose we should be diplomatic
Can I
and
please at least have a tooth or something? I need a trinket.
Perhaps
Or finger.
one should be more than enough, so that way we can have
Or the
the message.
tongue.
Well, I
sent
also
back.
want to
Eyeball?
send him a message
I-
to the
Exactly.
group,
Yes.
telling him you're going to leave us alone, or you're going out of
Kip
business.
was like, Sir Mir, go. Do what you need to do. Sir Mir's like, he starts heading for the door, and you hear him humming something. And you pick it up instantly. It's in Centaur, and and you listen to it. And it's a Centaur war chant.
Does Osling pick that up too?
Oslin looks confused because it seems to perk something to her, but she's like, I don't know. What?
I'll whisper to her with a smile in Centaur what that was.
And she's like, oh no.
So
Right, so Sir Mir is basically just our Chuck Norris. He doesn't go hunting because that implies a
It's-
possibility of
it's like-
failure.
It's like the song I'm gonna whoop somebody's ass.
I want to have a mind canon of that. It's kind of in like one of the happiest song tones that I've ever heard, like sitting on the dock of the bay kind of thing.
Not
it's just
really.
kind of twisted.
It's more like the chanting that Scald does.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. That's cool too.
It'd be like that more akin. You mix the band Scald's music,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
the chanting,
Uh-huh.
but you kind of mix that with like a funeral dirge that
Yeah.
you would hear in New Orleans, minus all the saxophone and trumpets. Jesus Christ!
No, well, let's just get that. As it'd be kind of
So-
funny
Oh,
that
I-
you
I
get
do
this
too.
hardcore chant, and he's really happy about going to kill someone.
Dude's a hazmat, can of whoop ass.
So
A ska-themed war chant?
yeah, Sonny's like, I'm so sorry. There's a lot to process here.
Well, apparently there's no need to apologize because he seems like he's about to go have some fun.
Considering he was singing war chant of Ryan Osling's people, yeah. He was singing a war chant in our language.
Right. So probably friendly bit of advice: don't ever make that one mad. A fucking war chant?
Apparently, my people are all about war, bloodshed, and fighting. The gods were terrified of the clans banding together.
I'm starting to understand why.
that devious smile.
Why are the war chants like the happiest fucking sounds?
Because it gets your blood pumping and gets you excited to do something.
Just imagine the sex acts.
No.
No.
This is rated
AO. It's not
AO.
even rated R. It's rated AO. You have to show your license anytime you purchase those products. You have
So,
to take a DNA sample.
Sunny looks
too.
at you and she's just like, she's just standing in front of you and just kind of wobbles a little bit.
So hi.
Hi. And she just kind of like, oh, I need to take a moment. And she reaches over and she just leans on the table a little bit. And the air becomes like very thick for a moment, like hard to breathe briefly as she does this. And this beautiful wooden table, it just kind of ripples and becomes like this beautiful marble as she touches it. She steps away from it like, I can fix it. Just give me some time. And everybody's just like... And your sister immediately walks over. I need to study that one.
No,
Mongo,
in a minute.
isn't that like kind of like what your mother was able to do?
So I guess you haven't found out a lot about your lineage, have you?
No, I was told I was an orphan and that my parents abandoned me because I was useless. And Yeah.
Well, the orphan parts.
Clearly, pointing at it, not useless. As far as the abandonment thing goes, that's a longer story.
If I was useful, I would be in a better place.
You'd be in a better place if the group that soon to be Worm Chow and the organization that he works for weren't such dickwads.
She just kind of like, and Humphrey's like, Worm Chow. That's a bit of a promotion.
Piece of shit and shouldn't even be allowed to feed worms. He shouldn't even be allowed to feed the excrement that comes from said worms.
Alufa looks over. Sonny, did you try to be a mage or any of those sorts of things? And Sonny's like, I failed the entry exams. All of them.
I heard about that. And from the one who told me, the group that Worm shit?
Yeah, we'll call him that.
Worm shit? Fancy dressed worm shit orc. Apparently they tanked your entrance exam on purpose.
Let's see. I'm trying to think of everybody's there. Mental gymnastics here.
Oh yeah, there's a lot.
Oh, there's a lot of
Yeah.
characters there, and I have them all in order. And it's like the only one I'm fucking forgetting the name on is the fucking wizard.
Plume tree?
Yes, Plume Tree.
Plume Tree.
My brain is like,
I missed that word.
He's
That name
so
sometimes.
convoluted that it even breaks the DM.
He's not convoluted. He's
no, it's just that he's the
unhinged
last
from
process
time.
on the
There's
process
a fucking
list.
difference.
You know when you have like 40 tabs open and Google things start to get a little chunky?
I want to know. I don't do that.
Yeah, you just have 40 other things running on your computer at the same time.
Plume Tree kind of comes over and he puts a hand on Alufa a little bit and he's like, sorry? Don't do that. That's like touching static electricity. He comes over. Sonny. Right, Tomlin? Not the evil
Oh.
one? Good. Okay, she's not the evil one.
That's always good to know. Thank you.
And Sonny turns around.
Sonny, this is Plume Tree, my mentor, the one who's been teaching me how to,
Alufa's like, Sonny, you're going back to school and you're going to learn how to do what you need to do. And she just looks around. I don't have the funds for that.
you do now.
Alufa's like, I'll cover it.
Oh, I was going to. You don't have to. It's okay.
Plume Tree looks up. Halvesies. Coin's like, what about a three-way split?
Makes sense. I mean,
Look, we'll
it
figure.
makes a lot of sense.
Some of us will figure that out later. If you want to go and retake the exam, we'll
And,
make sure this time it's actually fair.
Alufa's like, no, it will be fair because I will personally oversee it.
See?
She's like, right. Scary, glowy horse lady.
She's Centaur, the unicorn variety.
She is a friend, an ally.
I was told that centaurs eat children that don't behave.
Well,
I mean, don't put it
could
past
make
some
a
of us.
bad joke about that right now, but it's
If-
not good. Not the right spot.
I'm sorry, but if there was some bratty kid pulling on my tail and I told them to stop, or they decided they wanted to continue to poke me in the ribs and or the legs or any other part of my body, I tell you to stop more than once, I'm going to
I
break
can't
all
wait
your limbs
for
and eat you.
this is behind this. This is like me breaking the veil a little bit, but I cannot wait until you meet a certain centaur that is half snake and half basilisk.
Oh,
What the?
That's scary.
Fucking what?
that's terrifying.
We'll let that one simmer. They're a lizard folk basilisk centaur.
Ah.
Okay.
So like from here up is like a gator person, and then just
Snake.
below the belt.
Basilisk.
6 legs. Anyway, now that I'm breaking everybody at the table, so as you talk to Sunny and calm her a bit, and you talk about things and get her some really good tea to calm her down, and you manage to get some sense into your sister that this isn't another, like, a delusion.
Yeah.
She eventually goes around and formally greets everybody very nicely. She stands on the table and walks around it and just greets everybody. And she wipes her hands off, and
Apparently, walking on the table is frowned upon.
she's like of
She's
soda
smaller
can
than
height,
Nikolai.
man. She's got a lot of
smaller
more.
than Nikolai.
She's smaller than. Yeah, she's
Not
smaller.
noodle size.
She ain't got a lot going on vertically.
Is she smaller than Noodle?
She's like an actual like.
Noodle and Nikolai are about
Squirrel.
the same.
Fight
Oh,
squirrel.
then she's smaller than Noodle.
So she formally greets herself, and she's like, I was working on a project, but that can wait until I get back unless it blows up half the village. But that's another question to worry about later.
How likely is that,
Why
sister?
does that shit run in the family?
It's
Why
only
is that the thing that they go?
30 to 60% chance,
Question.
depending on the process I left off on.
Do you happen to know exactly where she was pulled from?
Just listen for the big fucking boom.
Yes, we told you. I told you.
No,
where
I'm
she
asking the mic.
The Myconids already left, and when they were heading out, they went, bye.
at. Bye.
I like that one. That one needs to be protected.
Can we just call it Miko? Like M-I-C-O?
Kippo?
Oh, the Myconids, you're lucky your shrooms are present because they absolutely hate them.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I remember being told that.
They are bad blood between the two.
They turn into little bloodthirsty little hate shrooms.
Kippa, is there any way that we can get someone there immediately to make sure nothing happens to that poor village?
We can certainly try.
That would probably be really bad if, yeah, that'd be bad. That'd be really bad.
Everything will be fine, Noah.
Milla's like, look, I managed to just get my hands on a airship crystal, and I'm just trying to overclock it to increase the acceleration. There's nothing.
You got your hands on one of those?
There's nothing wrong with that.
So jealous.
And you're realizing,
The fact that I understood all of that means I'm spending too much time with Nikolai.
and you
Did you know
realize,
that our dad helped create that technology?
and they immediately start chatting back and forth about this. And Kip was like,
Oh, good. There's two of them now. Well, at least they'll always be occupied.
and before we cut the session for this week,
Which is unfortunate.
a messenger comes in, walks up there, and they unfurl a scroll. You sent the letter, right?
Did you read it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I figured you would have sent it as soon as possible.
Sure.
Okay.
As long as I don't get a "Are you sure?" from the GM there.
Yeah. And it says, and they unfurl it, they look at it, and they're like,
Just read it, please.
sir, okay, are you fucking kidding me? You stupid, whiny little cunt. I'll be there within 2 days to stab you personally. Wraith.
Okay.
Thank you kindly, good sir.
Right. And they just set the scroll down and just turns to ash. And they head out. And that's where we're going to end it for the night.
You know, all she had to do is just simply say booty call denied. She doesn't have to threaten to stab
So-
you.
That's where we're calling it for the night. We went a bit longer because we had a lot to get through. I didn't want to cut it in between stuff and stuff to get lost.
Come to a good stopping point. Yeah.
So we're going to go ahead and call it there for the night for the people watching at home. Thank you for staying the extra time with us. We're calling it a night. Thank you for joining us. We will see you next week for the next session because we got a lot of shit to pick up on this game.
Yeah.
We covered a lot tonight.
2 days later, Nikolai's
Sophie,
going to
go
get stabbed.
Yep. And yeah, thank you for tuning in, joining us, watching with us,
Yes.
commenting, liking, subscribing, joining us on the Discords.
Yes.
We do have more stuff planned to make things more active, but we're working on that.
Yeah.
I mean,
We're-
Nikolai's going to get stabbed next session.
Oh,
I mean, we're even working on some shorts just to discuss random shit.
definitely share with anyone or everyone that you can.
Yeah, right now I think we're the best kept secret in the tabletop RPGs.
Oh my god, that's so adorable. Aw, I think Wraith is warming up to Nikolai.
She that is true. I mean, she just started to stab, not murder.
That's true.
There
That's
is a
true.
difference. You can shank
Yeah.
somebody
Before
and
she's
let
starting
them
to behead me too.
live. Yeah.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Good night,
Night.
everybody.
Good night.